Okay, so after some technical issues, I think we should be in good shape because now the stream is public and I think the OBS is working. Should be in pretty good shape. Um, okay. So I'm waiting to receive confirmation that this is all working. But in any case, welcome if there's anybody watching so far. My name is Dennis Norman, and I'm supposed to do some analysis of these games from the DMV tournaments that are happening this April Action Swiss. And so right now, we have several games finished in every section already. Actually, the U700, almost all the games are finished. So I don't know exactly what the schedule is, but man, that's pretty quick. There was a quick draw that happened in the U700. I don't know what game to look at first. I'm just waiting to make sure that I know that that this is actually working. Okay, excellent. Thanks for the help, Josh. Let me get to taking a look at some games and seeing what's up. Whoops, don't need that. Okay, so I want to take a look, start to take a look at some of these games that have finished. And one rule that I have is that I'm not supposed to look at any games that are ongoing because, of course, the players could consult the stream and they could get ideas from what I say, I guess. So I'm going to take a look at this game that ended in a draw in the U700 section because I was kind of interested by the final position. Let's take a look at that. And this game was between Chess Zeal and, Akshath Naresh. That's probably right, yeah. I don't know, something like this. And the game, I'm just going to flip through it. I haven't seen what happened exactly. Looks like we had a Scandinavian defense and we had knight c3, queen d8, which is not unpopular, actually. There are some reasonably strong players who have played this line. And then, okay, knight f3, d3. I'm not a big fan of d3 because after d3, it really blocks in the bishop on f1. I'm definitely not a huge fan of that. I would have preferred to play d4 followed by maybe bishop to c4 or bishop b5. So d3, a little bit of a passive scheme of development. So I would already say that black is pretty comfortable in this position. Anyway, though, position seemed, fine for both sides for a little while. Hello, the chess kid. Welcome. So does this mean that we're gonna have other people from DMV or outside the tournament joining, or is it just you checking in to see how it's going? I'm taking a look at a game in the under 700 section first. A whole bunch of games have already finished. Like a lot of games finished very quickly. So far, not a whole lot happened in this one. Okay, feel like White got the two bishops and they have some stuff going on. Maybe they could consider saving their bishop, like bishop g5. Okay, knight takes d5 maybe, but then, okay, White has some space. All right, so this is probably a big mistake here, though, what White played in this move. Black is attacking the pawn on e5 twice, so probably got to defend that. I would imagine f4, or you could possibly take the knight on g6, because then Black would have to play f takes. And then White's pawn on e5 becomes a pass pawn. So probably one of those would have been the correct solution, because after h3, this pawn is just hanging, so I don't know that that was correct. So now Black is up a pawn. But there's a lot more to happen in this game, it looks like. So takes, bishop g3. Players are playing well tactically for 30 plus 5. Yeah, I mean, apart from blundering one pawn, everyone's seeing the threats. Queen f3. Yeah. Thanks for the help, Justin. Let me know if I can do anything. Okay, so they traded into a rook and opposite color bishop ending. Bishop f5, c3. Yeah, both players identifying the opponent's threats. And I would be very confident this position should be a draw, because even though Black is up one pawn, the presence of opposite colored bishops and just the lack of, like, Black's going to have a hard time making a pass pawn that White won't be able to blockade. So this should be a drawn position, even though White is down a pawn. And the game ended in a draw, but I think there was a lot more drama left to happen. Both players playing very quickly according to the timestamps. Okay, White trading some pawns. That probably doesn't hurt. Bishop d4, g4. Not sure about g4 because I don't really want to be putting pawns on these light squares where the opposing bishop can go after them. But maybe it's not a big deal. C5. Okay, black gaining some space. Maybe even b4. Most of the time in the endgame, you don't want to put your pawns in the same color as your bishop. But sometimes in an opposite color bishop ending like this, it can make sense to do so just if you're the side that's worse, just to prevent the opponent from ever infiltrating. Because now after g5, they can get some space, you know, c5, and eventually play for b5 and c4 or d4 or something like that. Yeah, here d4. This is probably not c4. This gives the opponent a pass pawn. I think we should just chill as white, and we should be able to make a draw. I mean, c4, d4. Now I'm getting a little bit concerned. And now we're going backwards with our king. So black is getting some chances here, maybe. A4, this is a great move, trying to create a pass pawn in the c file. And after takes, king takes, I would imagine that black is winning here because they're going to be able to play for c4, c3, d3. They have connected pass pawns, which is one of the main plans that you try to go for in the endgame, is to create connected pass pawns. And so now black should be winning. And so let's see what went wrong here, because black has a winning position. Okay. So they let white sacrifice the bishop, but that's fine. This should still be winning. And then, black stalemated white. So one thing that you should always ask before you play your move is what's the opponent's response going to be? Because if they don't have one, then it better be either checkmate or maybe you're okay with a stalemate. In this case, we're definitely not. So, all right, what should we do? I think bishop to any number of places would have been reasonable. We can run them out of moves. Let's say bishop b1. And now they have to move their king, and we can try to box them out, basically. You know, let's say move the bishop again. And we're going to go with king f5. And now see, they're out of moves. They can't keep defending the pawn on g5. So black's just going to take it. They should win the game. So black should have won this game, probably. I think they really did a good job of outplaying white from an equal endgame, but white was resourceful and made up a stalemating idea. Okay, so we go back to the tournament here. This is the U700. There's still one game left. Let's take a look at, so open, most of the games are still going. There's just one game that finished. I'll take a look at it. This is the highest rated, is it? No, it's not the highest rated player, but it's one of the highest rated players, Chess2Wiz. And let's see what happened in this game. So Chess2Wiz against Dasma Chess. And Chess2Wiz, you know what's funny is that the game was submitted for computer analysis by somebody. Could have been Justin or could have been a player or something. And white started with g4, and the Lichess computer annotator gives g4 double question mark. So I don't know that there are too many other moves that it would give double question mark on move one. That's pretty cool. So I guess this is the opening that white likes to play, the Grob. I definitely wouldn't recommend this. It violates some principles of chess. But I've seen people play it, at least in Blitz. So we'll see what happens. E5. Okay, usually D5 is considered the best move because it kind of counterattacks the pawn on G4. But okay, E5. Bishop G2, D5. And white played C4, which is in accordance with the main sort of Grob thing that they try to do. Pawn takes C4, Queen A4 check. Knight D7, Knight C3. And bishop c5. Okay, one problem with bishop c5 is that when, well, okay, maybe it's fine. It's just I'm starting to look at black's setup and I'm thinking it's a little bit unusual because the knight on d7 is not very active. It's going to be hard to develop this piece, and the knight on d7 is supposed to defend this guy. I already feel like kind of black is not adopting a very harmonious setup against this opening. I don't know what they should be doing, but you know, maybe blocking this check with c6 or something would have been more in order. Even bishop d7 and then bishop c6. Because I'm starting to feel like our development's going to get a bit weird. Okay, knight f3, c6. Okay, queen takes c4, knight e7. And in this position, white played knight e4, which is really nice. Yeah. So black in the game noticed that their bishop was hanging and they played bishop to b6. But then Dasma Chess played knight d6. And there's going to be checkmate on the next move because queen takes f7. So, or sorry, chess2, sorry, it's hard to, Dasma chess is white. Yeah, Dasma chess checkmated. Well, was about to checkmate with queen takes f7. So probably in this position, black needs to find some other way to defend the bishop, like queen a5 or b6 or something. But this is already like really nice for white, given that they play g4. So I guess g4 is, I mean, that was probably the biggest mistake white made in this game, relatively speaking. That was the first game that finished in the open. There's no other game that's finished in the open. Okay, so we got that game. Hopefully the link has been sent out to everybody. I feel like maybe I should like copy and paste it into the various tournament chats. I guess there is no tournament chat, is there? Okay, that makes sense. Because I'm wondering if any of the players are interested in seeing me analyze their games after they're done. U1600, there are 2 games finished. I'm going to take a look at one of them. Actually, I could take a look at both of them, maybe. And U1100, most of the games are done. So let's see. Let's take a look at this game. This is the top board that's finished so far in U600. Yeah, I can't view a tournament chat here, but I guess I'm not in the tournament, so that's probably part of the reason. We have, okay, these are some cool names here, though. Crazy Fish Legs 3 versus Roy Ayush. I'm going to guess that I'm pronouncing those names correctly. It's possible I'm not. And in this game, we had some type of c3 Sicilian, e6, d4, c takes d4. I mean, this is possible, but it's a little bit compliance because white already got their big center. You know, usually in a position like this, maybe black could play like knight f6. Also, after d4, if black plays d5 here, then what's cool is that if white goes e5, you actually transpose to an advanced French from black. Although maybe the player with black doesn't play the French. So c takes d4, takes, d5, takes. And this is a completely symmetrical position, so let me get my mouse out of the view. I just emailed people and posted in tournament descriptions too. Yes, thank you. Awesome. Okay, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e2, bishop d6. Okay, we're just developing pieces. This is not the key point of the game. Okay, in this position, white just took a pawn. I don't know if maybe black could have done something to defend that, like bishop e6 or something. Or they could have played f6 because that would have broken the pin. And so then they could recapture on d5. Yeah, I don't know about giving up this pawn. That seems like kind of a big deal. Okay, queen a5, knight c3, bishop g4. And I guess black now has a threat. They want to take this dude and then take over here. Okay, bishop e3. That defends the threat, I guess. Knight d5, bishop d2. And white was up pawn. So how did black win the game? Because so far this doesn't look so bad for white. Queen takes c3. Now, I figure that probably black should be keeping the queens on the board. White's king is in the center. Black is down a pawn. And also this is an isolated pawn on d4. Maybe we want to try to put pressure on it later in the game. Yeah, after queen takes c3, kind of helping the opponent improve their pawn structure. One final thing I'd point out is these pawns, c3, d4, they're really kind of boxing out this knight on c6. So I would imagine that white is doing very well here. They have an extra pawn and they you know, should be able to survive. But rook f8, they chose king f1. It's going to make it very hard to get this rook in the game later. You know, it's possible, it looks a little bit suspicious, but maybe we could have gone this direction. That's what the, like, default elite chess server analysis said. Because then you can quickly play rook to e1, whereas king f1, you just can't get this rook into the game. Okay, so king f1, rook e7, h3, bishop h5, g4. And so maybe white's going to try to move the bishop and then play like king g2 and then move the rook somewhere. So bishop g6, rook e1, rook a8, h4, trying to trap the bishop, but not really because they have bishop e4. And now king g2. Okay, very dangerous situation because we kind of walked right into a pin. Maybe so they're really threatening to take on f3 right now, and we can't take back because they would have rook takes e1 check. That's a problem. So we probably need to play something like rook to h3 and try to defend our dude here on f3 because we can't move it. That's probably the only move. You know, I can't think of too much else that we could do in this position. I guess actually maybe we could move our rook, because if we move our rook over like rook c1 or something, then there's no pin anymore. So we could take back with the bishop. Okay, we probably had to do one of those things because otherwise we're really having a problem tactically. Like king g2, bishop d5 is a great move. I don't know what we're supposed to do about these problems. And we can't move the bishop because then they take here and the knight can't recapture. So, oh, sorry, which position? Was rook takes e2 working? I don't know which position you're talking about. Are you saying, this position here? Oh, interesting. So rook takes, yeah, clearly some kind of knight g1 is like the only move because otherwise there's no other way to guard the rook. So then I'm going to probably play like f3, king f2 as quickly as possible. The good news is this dude like can't help. So probably that's just a way to trade pieces, which black does not want to do because they're down a pawn. So yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Knight g1. Okay, yeah, in the game, black just won a piece. And not only that, but they even have this nice pin, like white can barely even move. And okay, a few moves later, white also donated the rook, and we had resigns. Okay, so I think that white was just up a pawn for much of this game. But they allowed too much counterplay. Specifically, I think there was a big problem with the move king f1. It was kind of always a little bit awkward after that. But it was the right idea. But I think that king d2, even king d1, you know, a move that allows us to get the rook in quickly would have been better. It might look suspicious to have the king in the center, but they can't open these files. This is a passed pawn. No pawn break, nothing. You know, we should be able to be okay here. That was the first game that finished in under 1600. And now I want to take a look at something in the under 1100 because I haven't seen that. So, okay. And we're getting some viewers. Nice to see anybody who's been playing in the tournament who finished their games. If you want me to head over and take a look at your game, let me know in the chat. Because otherwise, I'm just going to take a look at whatever I feel like. Okay, we got 3 games finished in the under 1100. Almost all the games are done. Now, I don't know how they decide the tiebreak order because Soccer Alexandra 11 is listed as being in first place, but they are not the highest rated player. Maybe this is something that I genuinely don't know from the Lichess standpoint. But why don't we take a look at that game just for fun? I don't know how to decide which games to look at. And they played against Maxed Warrior 999. Wow. These are some long usernames with numbers. Intimidating. Okay. So we had a Scandinavian defense again. So far it's kind of the game of the tournament. Can you analyze mine in the U700? Did you finish your game? I would gladly analyze it if I knew which username you were. So let me know what your username is, and when I'm finished analyzing this game, I can go take a look at the game that you played for sure. So knight c3, queen a5, bishop c4. All this makes sense. White's developing pieces, black's developing pieces, knight b5. I have a bit of an objection to this move. It's kind of just moving the knight into the middle of nowhere. It does not make a threat because knight c7 is defended by the queen. So I'm kind of confused about why white played knight b5 in this position. Definitely that seems like it should give black a good chance to equalize. Knight c6, black castled long. And, well, okay, b4. It feels like black kind of castled right into an attack, so I'm not sure about that move. All right, queen b6, queen a4. A6, and now if black moves their knight, like for example if they play something like knight to a3, they have to worry like some kind of bishop f3 knight e5 type thing, and then knight d3 might come in. I mean sorry, I think I said black. White should probably, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I think white made some mistakes here. Okay, but knight bd4, takes, queen d6, bishop takes f7, and our king is in the center, man. This is getting scary. We never got our king out of the center. Oh, I did take a look at the game. Yes. That was the game that ended in a draw. We looked at that. I'll go back after at that. I'll take a look at that game once again in a second, just to go briefly over the things that I mentioned, because we looked at that pretty early on. But maybe you didn't have the link to the stream when we looked at it. Okay. Yes. Thanks for letting me know, Justin. So bishop f7, queen e5, king f1. Rook takes d4 is really nice because if they take back, then there's a checkmating idea, which white allowed. Well, not immediately. But if c takes d4, I'm assuming the idea is queen e2, king g1, queen e1 mate. So white didn't take back, but they played f3 and then they took on d4. But this allows a different type of checkmating idea, which is queen e2 to g2. So I think the main lesson here is that we need to prioritize getting our king to safety. I mean, white was playing with fire the whole game in this one. Their king was just on e1 and then went to f1, and they never really made enough of an attack on the black king to justify what they were doing. I mean, if we had gotten castled, really either way, finished our development too, I mean, we got some pieces not playing, then maybe white could have done better in the game. All right, so yes, Naresh, let's take a look at your game. I did look at it briefly already. You had the black pieces in this game, right? And I think that you did a great job of outplaying your opponent from what should have been an equal endgame, but then you blundered a stalemating idea. Let me try to remember things that I was mentioning here. I thought here white had a good position against you because they just have the two bishops and more space. But then after knight g6 happened, they really should play like, I don't know, some kind of move that maintains their pawn. Maybe they could take this. That's another option. But in the game, they just let you take. So now you're doing great. Now you're doing great. And okay, maybe we simplified a little much. Maybe we could have stopped them from playing bishop g6 or something, because we kind of went from a position where we were doing very well to an opposite color bishop endgame where probably white was making a draw. Then in that endgame, when you went to the opposite color bishop endgame, you did a phenomenal job of advancing your pawns and creating two connected pass pawns on the queen side. I really felt that in this position, even though it's a little bit counterintuitive, white should probably try to stop your counterplay by playing b4, and then black can't play c5. Usually in the endgame, we don't want to put our pawns on the same color as our bishop, but in this case, I think white should have done it. It would just shut down black's counterplay. Instead, black got to play c5, and then white made a mistake with c4. I mean, this is a big mistake. And then black is starting to make pass pawns. a5, a4, great plan. So everything you did up until this point is great. But and then you go and you're up a piece. But you have to remember that before you play a chess move, you need to know what your opponent's response is likely to be. And if they don't have a response, then it better be checkmate, because otherwise it's stalemate. And in this case, you're up a piece. You don't want to make a draw. There were any number of ways to just kind of slowly shoulder the opposing king out and win this pawn. So, yeah, I mean, king h4, anything other than this. In fact, I wonder, okay, there are some other moves that draw, because I guess you can blunder your bishop. But, so, I mean, what you should do is make a move with this bishop and then slowly get your king in f5 and box their king out and win this pawn. And then that it would be very easy. So does that all make sense? Let me take a look at the tournament standings again for all the tournaments here. So open, an additional game finish. We now have 3 games done and only 1 game remaining in the open section. Now, under 1600, 2 games done, under 1100, 4 games done, and under 700, there's still 1 game still going. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the open section again. Mac and Sneeze. This is a funny username, so let's take a look at their game. Clearly, that's how this works around here. I don't know. I'm just looking around. All right. They had the white pieces. Their opponent played the French. I definitely know a lot about the French defense. You have to know a decent bit to handle it properly, though, because I totally recommend this to most of my students. When black plays the French with knight f6, white should definitely go e5, f4, knight f3, just a simple plan. I recommend this to my students who play e4 as white. I think that it's a great plan, and that's exactly what white did. So I'm a big fan of the way white played here. Knight f3, bishop e3, queen d2. Now, queen d2 in this specific position allows queen takes b2, and I think that white has some compensation there, but the main theoretical ideas are either knight a4, which is like the main theoretical line, or also you can play a3, because now they can't take this because knight a4 traps the queen. So usually, I guess in this position, we do have to make a departure from our normal like robotic lines that we're playing and do something about this pawn. But still, yeah, I mean, I like the system of playing for white because, like, even if they get to take b2, our position is very aggressive. We have space. We can play for f5, stuff like that. So, I mean, I've played this position many times with black, but in order to play it, I knew a lot of theory and I did a lot of preparation here. If you don't have a lot of theoretical knowledge in this position, it's kind of scary because, well, white has space. They have a potential attack. So queen b6, queen d2, queen takes b2. I think that's what black needs to do, to be honest. It seems very greedy, but they have a worse position if they don't take a pawn. So queen takes b2, rook b1, queen a3, bishop b5. This is an aggressive move, I guess. Black played queen a5. I would wonder about the move queen a5. Maybe it's an okay move, but it's not like white was threatening to trap the queen. Black always had queen a5. Maybe there's some other move we could play, but it's okay. Queen a5. Castles, c takes, knight takes, bishop b4. And, okay. Huh. I'm just looking around. Is knight takes c6 an option? Something like this? Hitting the queen, hitting the bishop, and if they take back, then at some point, you know, I don't think I can go bishop c6 because there's bishop takes c3, but maybe I can, like, take this first, then take c6, then play rook b1. Something really cool like that. Okay. Can you analyze my game after round 2? Well, after round 2. Okay, but the we're just in round 1, right? So, do you want me to analyze the game that you just played? If so, then let me know what your username is because I can take a look at it. Right now, I'm taking a look at a game that was played in the open section. We're looking at this French defense game. Knight takes, queen takes b5, and we had a weird queen trade. But then, okay, knight c7, knight takes a8. This looks pretty good for white, right? I guess maybe this knight could get trapped. b6 is a good move, yeah? Okay. Maybe black can play bishop a6 or bishop e7. No in round 2. Okay. Well, maybe. Yeah. Let me know what your Lichess name is, and I can try to sort of follow it when the game is over. We can look at it. c3, g5. You know, g5 is often a good move in these French positions. I have a feeling, though, that it's not a good one here because I'm really thinking that usually the idea of g5 is to put pressure on the e5 pawn by deflecting the f pawn away from the center, but there is no pressure on the e5 pawn. Like, if white just takes this, I don't know what black's idea is. So I'm not too sure about g5. I think black should have tried to trap this knight at this point with, like, bishop b7. I think that makes sense. Okay, g5, g3, bishop a6. So maybe I would have taken this possibly. Or something else. Maybe we could try to save the knight somehow. Okay, g3, bishop a6, rook d1. And now this bishop looks like it's getting trapped. So probably black should have done something else there. Bishop c4, rook b2, takes, king c8. Okay. All right. Well, at this point, white's got to be winning. Yeah, they're down. Sorry, black is down in exchange, and white has activity, and this knight is silly, and there's just too many imbalances that are in favor of white right now. King b7, king f2. Okay, we kind of trapped our own rook over here. I don't know if there's anything black can do about it, but maybe we could have thought a little bit more about that. Okay, but then black just hung the bishop on g6. Okay. Maxed Warrior 999. Oh, we looked at your round 1 game actually, Mr. Maxed Warrior 999. So it's interesting. Yeah. And you guys, after the tournament is over, by the way, this stream should be saved as a video, I think. And then you guys will be able to go back and find when we looked at your games. And so that's another thing that you guys can do, because maybe you won't happen to be around when I looked at, you know, the first game or whatever. But you can still go back through the VOD and find where we looked at the game that you played. So let me switch to the other layout, or the other scene, I mean. We have 1 game left in open. We have 3 games left in U16, no games left in U1100, but the next round still doesn't start for 34 minutes? How does this work with the round times? I'm a little bit confused. And there's 1 game left in U700, which I can't look at. I can look at the decisive game in U700, which I didn't take a look at. I only looked at the game that ended in a draw. So let me switch my scenes here. This game is Jason USA versus Nandini. Okay, that's easy enough. This game, we had a like a fried liver attack sort of thing. Knight f6, knight g5. And black needs to know what to do here. I definitely recommend to a lot of my students, especially those who are more starting out, that the safer move here is probably bishop c5, because then they don't have knight g5. If you play knight f6 and you let them play knight g5, you have to know a little bit, because it can be kind of scary when you're faced with this attack on the f7 square. All right, Justin says 2, 320, 440, and 6 o'clock. Okay, I see. So in the U1100, they just chill for half an hour. Okay. Knight g5. So here's the problem. I don't know if Nandini, the player with black at this game, is in my chat or not, but the thing is, yes, white is attacking f7, but queen e7 does not help. This does defend f7, but you're not going to want to give your queen for one of these pieces. So this was, you noticed that f7 was under attack maybe, and you found a way to defend f7, but you defended it with a piece that's way too valuable. You're not going to give up your queen for the knight and the bishop. You're just not going to want to do that. Well, let's talk about what black should do. There's really only one, well, I guess there are two good moves here, sort of, but one of them is kind of crazy. The main move by far is d5. And d5 is blocking the bishop from looking at the pawn on f7. There is one thing to note, which is that after white takes on d5, not to play knight takes d5. If black plays knight takes, and you know what, let's look at this from a black perspective, actually, just to help out people who might face this opening with black. d5, pawn takes d5. If you play knight takes d5, which is a bad move, then white has several good responses. They can play d4 opening the center, but the famous one is knight takes f7. And, well, you're being forked. Your queen and your rook are both hanging. And so king takes, queen f3 check. Now your king and your knight are both hanging. So if you were to just play king e8, they would just play bishop takes knight, and they would be up a pawn, because they would have gotten back the piece that they sacrificed, and they also took a pawn in the process. So king e6 only move, but now knight c3, and this is very kind of unbearable pressure. White probably has, well, they definitely have compensation for a piece. They're probably close to winning already. This is also no fun to play with black whatsoever. Nobody wants to play this way. This is just asking to get checkmated. So knight g5, what you should do is after d5 and they take, well, there are several moves here, but the main one I would say is definitely knight to a5. And the point is that we're attacking this bishop, and if the bishop moves back somewhere, then we could play knight or queen takes d5 and regain our pawn. That's the point. So probably they'll go bishop b5 check, and then you can block this check either way. The main move is c6. Bishop d7 is also possible. Some people play that. But let's just go with c6. They take, we take, they move the bishop back somewhere, let's say bishop e2, and now we can kick their knight back. So black has actually sacrificed a pawn here, but they have nice open lines. They have the rook that can go to b8. They have easy development of this bishop to, let's say, c5. Actually, after knight f3, they can gain even more space by playing e4. That's another main line in this opening. And so just this is what black needs to do to deal with this attack, because queen e7, as was played in the game, definitely does not succeed in answering white's threat on f7. White chose bishop takes f7. Black played king d8. And now there's one thing to note here. I think that black actually has a threat. They did just lose a pawn for nothing. I mean, white just took this pawn, and they had to move their king. But black is threatening, I think, to play h6, which would kick this guy. And then after this guy moves, then this bishop would be hanging. So that means that probably white should get ready, anticipate that, and play like bishop to b3, so that then on h6 they could play knight f7. Or at minimum, they don't have the bishop hanging over here so that they could play knight f3. I mean, this has to be just really, really nice for white. White's up a pawn, black's king moved, white's threatening knight f7. Easy. In the game, white played knight c3. And so now black had one opportunity to exploit this bishop that's kind of sitting here. Black could have played h6. And what that would have done is it would have removed the defender, because this knight on g5 is supposed to defend this guy, but it's being attacked. So black would win a piece here. But instead, black played knight g4. That doesn't help. Actually, it just kind of hangs this piece. And I think after this, white was winning. Okay, we had queen h4. Wondering if we could take this, but probably queen h4 is fine. h5, d3. Got castles happening. Knight e6, that's kind of probably not the best. I guess the idea was bishop to g5 maybe. But the problem is if they take with the knight, you can't go bishop g5. So I'm kind of confused. But in the game, black didn't do that. Black played king c8 and white traded queens, took this. They're just up a piece and a pawn in the endgame. And eventually they traded. They won more stuff and achieved a winning position. And let's see how the game ended. Okay. White promoted to a knight. Okay, fair enough. And checkmate. Okay, so that game should demonstrate how to play against how to play against and how not to play against the so-called fried liver attack in the Italian game. All right, let's see what's up with the other sections. So this is U700, U1100. Let's take a look at another game that we didn't look at. Okay, this player is paused. I want to maybe at some point we should check in on this player. I don't know. I hope they're not withdrawing from the tournament. Anyway, so let's see. We've got this player, Sachit R. Let's take a look at this game. I haven't looked at some of the other games in U1100 here. And DMV game. Okay. And black won this game. Okay. So we had like 4 knights Italian, which doesn't really work too well. And if anyone in the chat has, I think this position happens so often in Scholastic chess. It's crazy. And only sometimes does black play the correct move here. Black really should play knight takes e4, although the move that black played bishop c5 is not a disaster. It definitely is good enough for like an okay position, but knight takes e4 would have been a really nice move by black. It's a typical fork trick. Now, before you play the move, you have to calculate a little bit unless you know the position by heart, but the point is that when white takes back this knight, which looks like it's free, black can play d5, making a fork of these guys. You need advice on how to make a good attack. So that's a very general question. It definitely depends on the position. There are some positions where you're not justified in attacking. But you have to remember that most of the time you want to be playing or attacking on the area of the board where you're strong, on the area of the board where you have more space, and the area of the board where you have pieces pointing and where you have more active pieces in general. So what I don't want to see is games where you're trying to make an attack where it's not justified, because you're not going to be able to do a checkmating attack every game. And so if you go into every game with the mindset that you're trying to do a checkmating attack, then you're probably not going to have the best results. So you got to remember that. It has to be specific to the position. You can't just go into every single game with the same approach. Now, anyway, this is a pretty famous idea. Obviously, this black is temporarily down a piece, but this would be forking the knight and the bishop. So bishop d3, and let's say take. Now, white is kind of threatening, I guess. Bishop takes c6, followed by knight takes e5, so it makes sense for black to defend this. And then at some point, black will get castled. They can develop this bishop. They will have a lot of activity. I mean, I'm definitely a fan of black's position here. And if white takes this, yes, black would get double pawns, but man, look at the open lines for these bishops. This bishop could go to b7 or a6. This rook could then go to b8 and have an open file. I'm a big fan of bishops, personally. I like bishops more than I like knights. In most positions, not always, but bishops are definitely better pieces when the board is open and there are a lot of open lines. So, you know, I mean, just in general, this position here, I think after knight takes e4, black has at least enough for complete equality, maybe even more than that. But black didn't play that. They played bishop c5, castle d6, and we got, I gotta say, this position, I've seen positions like this so many times in analyzing games played by students, and I've seen, it's just keeps coming up. It keeps coming up. It's a really symmetrical sort of position. There isn't a lot that separates the two armies. I'd actually say that I kind of like the fact that black hasn't castled yet, and because black maybe can sometimes play for a bit of a kingside attack, like bishop g4, knight d4, maybe even h6, g5 sometimes, whereas white's already committed to castling. So I don't know, maybe black's doing okay here. Knight g5, castle. Well, definitely black's doing okay, but now I gotta say, maybe knight g5 is a little bit weird because it's not like you're gonna take this. Black can just castle and defend, and now the knight's kind of just out in the middle of nowhere. Black can play h6 and just kick it right back. And h6 is a move that black might want to play anyway because it prevents the future bishop g5. So the knight g5 plan doesn't seem like it really works too well. Knight f3, bishop g4, good move. Rook e1, knight d4, good move. But unfortunately for black, white didn't play d3 yet, so they can play bishop back to e2. But yeah, black is chilling. b5. That is quite the move. I'm not too sure about this move b5, though. I'm trying to analyze the various ideas. So probably, okay, probably the idea was knight takes here, then at some point, maybe knight takes e4 could be a thing. Yeah, wow, b5 is quite the idea. I mean, certainly we can try to do some sort of capture on f3, and if they take back with the bishop, then the knight is hanging. So like bishop f3, they might have to take with the g pawn. Man, I think white's response actually makes sense. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes, knight takes. You have to play knight takes, otherwise your knight's just hanging. Knight d takes, knight g4, d4, take. So this move b5 that black just played just kind of sticks out. So it didn't seem like it worked that well, to be honest. It feels like we could have used that move to do something else productive. Okay, now black sacrificed a piece with knight takes f2. Very adventurous. It's kind of reminiscent of the fried liver attack type positions, right? It looks like black is trying to do the fried liver sort of thing that we just looked at for white. King takes, queen f6, and okay. So what are our options here? King g1 happened, which gives back the knight, but white is still up a piece, so the greediest move you could play would be like king to e3, hanging on to 2 extra pieces. Maybe we can do this, because I don't see any way that they can add another attacker to the d4 knight. And if we get another move, we can play either knight takes b5, defending this way, or knight d5 to kick the queen away. Maybe we could do this, and if we can, we're just up 2 pieces. But even just staying up 1 piece, king g1, bishop takes d4, king h1, seems good for white. So I am confused as to how black won this game, because their strategy didn't work at all with b5. Okay, queen c6, queen g4. Queen takes, yeah, I don't know about queen g4, but it's okay. The problem is now black has 3 pawns for a piece. So they're getting a little bit of compensation, like move by move. Queen c3, rook ac1, queen f6, bishop g5, and you kind of entered into a pin by playing bishop g5. It's probably a very tempting move, but I'm not sure it's a good one, because now we have to kind of move our pieces out of this pin. h3, and now, okay, the queen's defended, so I guess if they play f6 or h6, we could move the bishop, but like, I'm not sure this is winning. Like, let's say they go h6. I save the bishop. I don't know where I'm going. Like, over here, take. It probably is, honestly, because this black's pawn structure is kind of weird. It's not, like, weird, but there's a weak square on c6 and a weak pawn here. And if you go c5, then this is weak. But still, this seems like, from the position we looked at previously, where white was up a piece for, like, what, 1 pawn? Or even had the chance to be up 2 pieces, feels like we've definitely not made progress. Like, I could see myself maybe against a really strong player struggling to win this with white, because black just has so many pawns for the piece. h5, queen f4, f6. So probably h5 is wrong. Probably something else. f6, bishop h4, queen f7, queen f5, g6, and that hangs a pawn. So white just went and took it, and now, okay, I don't know about queen. I don't know what this does. We could have just taken this free pawn on c7. And then if we get a chance, we may be able to play like queen to d7 or queen b7 and just make a like some sort of battery along the 7th rank. And that could be a big problem for black. Okay, queen c6, g5, bishop g3, that makes sense. Rook c3, defending the bishop, makes sense. Okay, all right, this is a key moment here. So black played rook ac8, and maybe white panicked in this position. Request to analyze Rayansh Matthews' game. Sounds good. I'll take a look at it after I finish this game. This is the under 1100 section. I will look at that game in just a moment. So we're looking at this game here. This is the key moment of the game, probably. White, in this position, they have an extra piece. But their queen is attacked, and if they move the queen away, then black will be able to take the rook. So what white needs to do is be willing to give their queen for 2 rooks. We know that a queen and 2 rooks are similar value. Actually, maybe the 2 rooks are even stronger. So white needs to play queen takes c8. This is the only move. And after rook takes, king moves somewhere. I don't know, king, one of these squares, probably f7. White still is just up a piece. You know, it'll take a long time to win this, but white should be winning. They should be able to surround and win this d pawn at some point, and just use they have 3 pieces, and black only has 1, and they should be able to just use the combined power of these pieces to pick off the various black pawns. And I mean, this is something you have to be willing to do. Don't forget that a queen and 2 rooks are similar value. Maybe he just didn't think about it very much. He's like, I can't get my queen. But if you think about it, you know, queen takes, rook takes, you get the value back and more. Because bishop takes d6, that changes everything. Queen takes c3. Maybe he missed queen takes c3. Maybe that happened. I don't know. But after this, black now is totally back in the game. Actually, they're up in exchange. But this is hanging, so white should take it. I don't know why they didn't take it. That's the other thing. This rook is hanging. We got to take this. Because now rook a1, oh geez, black gets to save their rook. This was, now black is winning. And also this was a mistake too, because we entered into a pin. Now there's nothing to do about the bishop hanging. So in the end, black checkmated the white king. This game, white had this game, but eventually they got kind of lost in the sauce. I think definitely you got to remember that, first of all, queen for 2 rooks is a fine trade, and especially if you're taking the 2 rooks, sometimes that's even good for you. And then also you have to remember that you have to keep in mind what the material is at all times. If white had played bishop takes f8 when they had the chance, it would have been a completely different game. Okay, I'm going to look at Rayansh Matthews' game in under 700. Let's go over there. And that was the game. Yeah, I did not look at this game, so let's just look at it now. This game, okay, so white's going to win this game. And the player who wanted me to look at it was the player with black. So we'll see what, we'll kind of look at it, I guess, from his perspective a little bit, but I'll try to just go through in general. And then Kidfire U1600. Okay. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, b4. Well, this is the Evans Gambit. That's a very aggressive move. The Evans Gambit is something that when I used to play e5, I almost never faced this. But it is something you need to know about as black, because it's a legitimate idea. I think that black probably should take the pawn. White's idea is then they're going to quickly play c3 and maybe d4, also maybe queen b3, and put pressure on f7, knight g5. Like they have certain ideas that to exploit the black king being in the center. But I still think that black should take the pawn. To more advanced students, I recommend bishop e7 in this position, with the idea to meet d4 with knight a5. That's a bit complicated, but definitely it has some merits to it. Like if white goes to try to win this pawn back, they could win the pawn back, but after knight takes c4, knight takes, and then d5, I think black is completely fine. Actually, I'd even prefer black, because they're gonna have a better structure maybe after e takes and queen takes. And then they have the 2 bishops. And you know me, I like bishops, so definitely that's a recommendation I like to give students. But also bishop a5 is a reliable move. It makes a lot of sense. Now white can still go d4, and black can take. It's a little dangerous though. Sometimes white jumps with queen b3, knight g5. But I think you need to play bishop takes b4 and then learn one of those lines a little bit against the Evans Gambit. And there should be some resources somewhere. black versus the Evans Gambit that you can look into, because I think bishop b6 is a very compliant move. Definitely helps white to achieve what they want. And I've seen some people play, white didn't do it in this game, but I've definitely seen some people play a4 in this position, trying to trap the bishop by playing a5. I think that's probably the main line. But in the game, instead of that, white just played c3. And so we got some kind of almost normal-ish Italian position. Okay, a4 now. Black was threatening, sorry, white was threatening to trap the bishop, so black played a6. And okay, castle, knight f6, rook e1, knight g4, d4, take. Okay, doesn't this... Yeah, I guess there's no... I guess there's no knight takes b4 because of, like, probably some kind of, like, a5 and this sort of thing happening. It's going to be a problem. You play... Oh, you play the Evans Gambit? Ooh, okay. So this could be relevant to other people in the chat as well. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm getting a little scared for black. I feel like white just has this big center. I gotta say, knight g4, we probably should have done something else with this move. Maybe get castled, something more productive than that, because, you know, or, yeah, maybe we can take this. Our king's in the center. I'm a little scared, but maybe we can take this and then go d5, like a fork trick again. I don't know if that works or not, but we got to think about that. Knight g4 kind of, it makes a one move threat, but white can just play d4 and deal with it. And then, like, why did we put the knight on g4? Okay, d6, h3, kicking the knight back. So the whole knight g4 operation probably was probably a waste of time, because now black is just going to be that much further behind in development. And white is ready to try to open the center. Someday e5 or d5 could happen, and black is not prepared. So I think we wasted time. You cannot waste time when they play a dangerous gambit like this, like the Evans Gambit. Queen b3, maybe black can try to take on d4. But okay, castles, yeah. Actually, castles is right, because the f7 pawn might have been hanging. Finally, we castled, but this black should have been castled way earlier. Like, now we're really playing with fire. And I also want to point out, white played the Evans Gambit, and black didn't win a pawn. They just got a position with less space with even material. That's not good. Okay, e5. And I don't know about e5, because to me it looks like there could be some tactic like this. Because after knight takes d4 takes and bishop takes, this guy's hanging. So I don't know. Or the queen's hanging, like in this position. But black took on e5. Yeah, this is a moment when I would definitely... Because the black player is the one who wanted me to analyze this game. And I would point out that when the opponent plays e5 here, you definitely cannot just take on e5 quickly. You have 30 minutes on your clock. You got to use that time. It's a complicated position, right? Your opponent's attacking you. If you make the wrong decisions, you could just be lost. The opponent has a lot of pressure down towards f7. They have the center. They have everything. Why are we playing moves quickly? You got to look at all of our options. It's really important never to play a move super quickly and hastily when you could just be losing. Because sometimes we see games that end because the player played too quickly, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the case in this one. D takes e5, white played d takes, kicking the knight away from f6, knight h5, and knight c3. White has an amazing position, man. I mean, they really do. I mean, they didn't even sacrifice any material, but it feels like they should be down material, but they're not. It's just such a nice position. Okay, a5, b5, knight b4, bishop b2, queen e7, rook a d1. White's completing their development. Black is having issues. Bishop f5. You know, white has all this pressure on f7. There's an argument that maybe black should be playing bishop e6 instead to try to trade off this powerful bishop. After bishop f5, white played rook d2. I don't know if there was a better move than that, but I mean, it still looks dangerous. Knight e4. Ooh, I'm seeing some ideas here. This is attacking the queen, and if they take this, then rook takes and maybe bishop d4 is coming in, or like, man, e6 with the idea to try to open the diagonal toward the king on g8. So far, this is looking like white is really killing. Someone said there was a fork. In this position, g4. Maybe. It's complicated, though. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, honestly, after g takes h5, there could be... Knight g3 is interesting, but then they can just take on f5. I bet this position is just great. I don't think that knight e4 is like a really bad move. Queen e7. G4 happened now. I mean, G4 happened in this position, and white just won a piece. So yeah, at this point, white's up a huge amount of material. Bishop takes, queen takes, c6. White's up a piece, basically. Knight g3. I was briefly looking at knight f6 check, but that probably is a little too crazy, right? I mean, knight f6. If takes, I can't do this because rook takes e1 is hanging with check. But maybe there's another way I could do it. Maybe I could, like, slowly move my piece. Whatever. Knight g3 is fine. Knight g3 is fine. We can go to f5, yeah. Queen g5, rook d7, knight d5. Okay. I mean, all this is... Oh, white's just consolidating their advantage. Rook takes b7, sure. Queen g6, bishop takes. White's just up a piece. So I'm going to go through the rest of the game quickly to see if white just won easily or if there are any other... No, we just traded queens. White just wins. Yeah. So for the sake of the player with black, because we were analyzing the game from his perspective, kind of, let's go back and make some conclusions. I really think against the Evans Gambit, you should take this pawn. I don't think that bishop to b6 is a very strong way to play. I mean, maybe it's possible, but like you risk getting a position where white has a space advantage and you don't even win a pawn. You know, if they're going to be attacking you and having all kinds of space, you might as well take a pawn so that if their attack fails, then you win because you're up a pawn. So c3, okay, c3, h6, and then the next thing I would point out, by the way, knight g4 I didn't like because we're so far behind in development and our king is in the center. I mean, not exactly far behind development, but like our king's in the center and there's a chance that white's going to go d4 and just open the center. Knight g4, and it just made a one-move threat. White dealt with it by playing d4, and then very quickly the knight just got kicked back to f6. So this plan really didn't work. I think those would be some of the comments I would make. Okay, Kidfire under 1600 wants his game analyzed. I remember Kidfire. I think that Kidfire was once in a camp that I taught. So let's take a look at his game because he won. He's playing in the under 1600 section. So we got Kidfire with white. And this game already has been submitted for the analysis with a computer, and it looks like he was completely losing for much of the game. So let's see what happened. Okay, the game began with a London system. Bishop f5. And yeah, I like what white did. When black tries to copy the London system and play knight f6, bishop f5 against the London, then I think a great plan for white is to try to play c4 very quickly. e3, and then c4. This is a logical plan because now if black takes on c4, you get easy development of your bishop. Black's a tempo behind, so they're not going to want to go c5. And yeah, in the game they played c6, knight c3, and white got a little bit of a space advantage. Now in this position, bishop e2 is fine, but I'm going to give you an additional option. Queen b3 is a very typical way that you would exploit this move order by black, or this sort of move order. The point is black only has a couple ways to defend the pawn on b7 because they can't play rook b8 or queen c7. The bishop on the h2 to b8 diagonal is preventing those moves. So they really only have a couple choices. They're not going to want to play b6 either because this is making tons of weaknesses. Actually, maybe some kind of capture and then like bishop a6 to b7 could happen. Yeah, I'm looking at someone's game, but yeah, if you have a question in the chat that's relevant to the game, go for it for sure. So let me just go through this game kind of quickly here. Is pushing the c-pawn good? In what position? Because it depends on the chess position. But in this position, white playing c4 was definitely a good move. Like, I think white playing c4 made a lot of sense. But I think that white should have played queen b3. Because just to give... Whoa. Whoops, hold on. Okay. Just to give black an idea of... Or sorry, to give white an idea of what black will usually play, it's usually queen b6, c5. And then if black plays queen takes b3, you take this way and you have a nice open file for your rook. And your next plan is you're going to play b4 and b5. Maybe they could stop it, But you just got to think, if they go like bishop e7, b4, they can't stop it. a6, b5, this pawn's pinned anyway. So what they'd have to do to stop it would be they'd have to like start with a6, b4, and then move the rook. But then there's one other plan that I used to play when I played the London, and you bring this knight. It's a long path, but it's knight to d2, to b3, to a5. And the point is, you're going to try to take this pawn over here. And it's hard for them to defend it because they can't play rook b8 or rook c7. You might want to play h3 at some point so that they don't play knight h5. So you can just play bishop h2, save your bishop. Typical plan. So bishop e2, we had some exchanges here. I mean, this position's still fine for white for sure. Yeah, maybe bishop g3, but bishop e5 is fine. And white exchanged some things. I don't know that I would have done all these minor piece trades because white has a space advantage. And when you have a space advantage, you don't want to trade all the minor pieces. So, you know, usually the side who has more space wants to keep pieces on the board. And so I would not have gone out of my way to take this. Like, this actually helps black. They take back with a pawn. Now they have just as much space as white. I would have preferred to play something like e4, and after takes, you know, b takes, white still has a space advantage. I know black just traded some stuff, but like, we didn't at least help black get a pawn to d5. So we go back to the position that happened. Knight takes, c takes, rook c1. So this position's probably about equal. Honestly, I really think black's just fine. They have this nice bishop, and black doesn't have an issue. So, okay, another thing, I would consider queen takes just to have more pressure on the c file. But yeah, rook takes is fine. h4, not my favorite move. Creates a big weakness over there, but it's okay. f6, queen g6, queen f7, and white took this, and black should be just fine in this endgame. Completely fine. They have the better minor piece, and you start to see this knight is kind of lacking squares. It can't jump. It can't jump to g5 or e5. I'm kind of getting concerned that maybe black could start to outplay white in this endgame. Black played g5. Black's opening lines. This makes sense. h4. Oop. Okay. So by playing bishop b, yeah, probably knight d2 is probably a mistake. After this, black kind of wins the c file. Anytime where there's just one open file on the board, it's really important that you control that file, or at least you don't let the opponent control that file. So knight d2 is a mistake because it kind of lost control of this file. Maybe they had to go like rook c2, but then maybe black could take, and then rook c8. So even then, maybe black would be better. So black is pressing. Black is pressing, and they want a pawn like this because white had to go knight f1. They can't go king h2 because black controls that square. So black's probably winning in this position. King f5, great move. So right around here, this is where since the game has already been submitted for the computer analysis, it's saying that black is just totally winning. But let's see what went wrong, because right now black should be on the path to victory. I don't know if I would play e5. I feel like that's a move we want to think twice before we play. Maybe I would just play king back to f6 and think about e5 later, or even king g4 to try to get an h3. Okay. Pawn takes, rook takes, g4. Yeah, black is still doing all their stuff. How in the world does white win this game? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that I would have gone out of my way to do this. Usually the player who's trying to play for a win in these sorts of endgames should be avoiding trading too many pawns. They should be trying to keep pawns on the board and trying to win the opponent's pawns. Okay, so you guys are going to get started with the next round pretty soon. There will be, the video will still stay up, like after the tournament. So I'm going to keep analyzing this game, and I'm not going to look at the games in progress. But you guys can go back and find this part if you want to look at how this game ended. Good luck, guys. You know, hope you guys use your time, and I'll take a look at those games as they come in as well. Anyway, this game, yeah, black probably had some really nice ideas. I was looking at some sort of idea of combining like bishop d4, rook b2 type thing. Now this pawn is hanging. Maybe that's another thing we could try. We could like g3, and if they take this, we could take on f2 or play bishop d4. If they take on g3, then I'm really thinking bishop d4 followed by rook takes f1 is going to lead to mate at some point. It's going to lead to some kind of checkmate. Because this really alleviates a lot of the pressure. Now this pawn is hanging, and also now this rook is no longer on the back rank, so the knight might be able to move at some point. And after king g5, g3, yeah, now white can go king g2 and knight e3, or knight h2. And I'm really thinking black is going to have a hard time defending this g-pawn. So probably rook takes b4 is a mistake, but then, it's still complicated. b4. I find it hard to believe that black is losing, even though they're now down a pawn, because they have this nice passed pawn and this nice bishop. Bishop c3. Yeah. Bishop c3 seems oddly like not the best square for the bishop. Maybe it could allow a potential future knight d5 type thing, which I don't like. And maybe I want to have this bishop more in the center, more where it controls like both sides of the board. Okay, but bishop c3, rook c4, then rook c1 happen, and I'm starting to see what's going to happen here. Yeah, knight d5, knight takes b4, and there's a pin, and oh boy, okay. Now white just has the 2 extra pass pawns. So that was like a... and then knight d3, oh my gosh. Okay, blundered the rook as well. Well, okay, so hold on. Let's just go a little bit further here. I guess the point... Rook takes. Yeah. White just up a piece. Yeah. So, wow. First of all, I think in this game, white got a good position out of the opening, but they should remember the queen b3 idea. Bishop e2 is fine, but it didn't put the maximum amount of pressure on the opponent. Queen b3 is a very nice move to try to take advantage of black having played bishop f5 and c6, because now after queen b6, you can go c5 and then gain space on the queen side. I would then say that white, they had a space advantage, but they traded too much stuff. I would even, bishop d3 is fine. But like, certainly I would have strongly considered moving this bishop and not allowing them to take this, bishop g3. And then I can go for e4. And then similarly, a few moves later, I would definitely not have played knight takes d5. We have a space advantage. This is giving the opponent a chance to take back their space in the center. And now black even has this nice bishop against the knight, which can't do as much. I feel like black's completely fine now. Then the next thing is you have to remember in a symmetrical position like this where there's one open file, you need to control that file. And white lost control of that file after they played knight d2 and rook c3. This is a weird combination of moves. I don't exactly know what the point was, but black played bishop b4, and if you just move the rook away, then black can just take and play rook c8, and they have a clear advantage here because they have all the activity. They have the open file. So then black was pressing for a long time, but eventually I feel like they should have kept their rook on this first rank and try to find a way to put pressure, like tactical pressure, like on f2, play g3, the back rank. Like they're very close to even almost mating white. So I think rook takes b4 is kind of like not the thing we should be trying to do in the position. Yes, it's important to try to create pass pawns in the endgame, but the problem is that I think white should be able to take the pawns in h4 and g4 pretty easily, and then that's giving them a lot of counterplay. So black maybe made a mistake here, but then definitely this move rook c1 was the main thing. I mean, even before this, I find it hard to believe that white is actually going to win. Black still has this powerful pass pawn over here. They still seem to have plenty to draw, and they have, again, their bishop should be a reasonably good minor piece at preventing these pawns from being too dangerous. But rook c1 is a blunder, and white did a great job of finding the winning tactic here. So I can't look at games in progress because we're now in the middle of a round, but we should comment on the standings a little bit and see what's going on. So the Open, there are 3 players who have 3 points: Dasma Chess, AMDINK, Mac, and Sneeze. And so those 3 players are the leaders in the Open section. Under 1600, I guess this is the biggest section. Yeah, under 1600 is the biggest section by far. There are 14 players, and 7 of them won. So then there were no draws as well. It was just every game had a decisive result. Okay, this section under 1100, there were 4 decisive results out of the 4 games. So there are 4 players on 1 out of 1. And U700, yeah, U700, the round 2 started. There are 2 players on 1 out of 1. Okay. So I'm just kind of chilling here. Let's see. How is everything with the stream? All the settings are good, audio good. Are the layouts working? Things like that. You know, just this is a good time, I guess, for me to check in to see how everything's functioning. I have like a scene for the game and a scene for looking at the tournament. I thought that might be a little bit awkward because I have to switch scenes a little bit, but I tend to spend so much time looking at each game that it's not hasn't been a big problem. Yeah, our viewership has gone down because the round has started. That makes sense. But we definitely had a lot more viewers previously. Okay. Let's see here. So maybe this will be a moment when I'll get up and get some water and be back in a moment. So let me just do that. I'll be back in a bit, and then maybe by the time I get back, we'll have some decisive results or just some games that are finished that we can look at. So let me do that. Be back in a moment. All right, let me take a look and see if there are any games that have finished yet. It's pretty early though, so I kind of hope not, because I can't imagine what kind of disasters would happen if there are games that are finished so quickly. Uh, Hopefully everyone's taking their time and really trying to make sure that they know what's going on. Okay, this player got a bye, so all right, I love to see it. I'm happy about this. There are no games finished, which means that hopefully everyone's making sure they're not going too quickly, because we definitely had some games where players are moving quickly. It's 30 plus 5, so we give you guys a lot of time. And I see some interesting positions. Definitely can't comment on any of them. Let's see here. So this is the DMV thing. And the round schedule was, let me scroll back up, 2, 3, 20, 4, 40, and 6. Okay, so there's always an hour 20 for every round. Let me see if I recognize any of the names on these sections, because I was pretty sure I had seen Kid Fire before. I think I've probably, at minimum, I've seen games of his against another student. I know that for sure. But I'm wondering if he was in a camp or something that I taught at some point. I don't recognize. Oh, I recognize Lion King 2020. I think I remember Lion King 2020 from something or other in the past. Let's see who we got over here. I don't recognize any of these players, but again, it's possible that I'm forgetting somebody. And the same goes for these players. Open. I think I recognize Zero Chills because I think a student of mine may have played them in a DMV event at some point in the past. Okay. And let's see, there are some games from the first round that I didn't look at. I don't know if I should. There were 4 decisive results in the U1100 from the first round. I think I only looked at 2 of them. I think I looked at the game that... No, Oh yeah, I looked at this game. I looked at this game and I looked at this one. And if I remember correctly, this is the one where white, at a crucial moment, didn't play queen takes c8 and played like bishop takes d6 or something like that. Okay. So, all right. I'm just looking around at determined standings to see if any of the games have finished. I got a message from Anya Coppola, who helps me run a chess club at a school in Baltimore, because yeah, that's right, because her son sometimes plays in the DMV tournament, so maybe she's watching this. So I'm maybe wondering if King Spencer is actually Spencer. Hopefully that question will get answered at some point, so then I'll know. Because if that's the case, then that's another player that I would know, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's the same person or not. I guess I'll find out at some point. It looks like some of these games are already not too far away from potentially finishing. So there are some games happening pretty quickly. Oh, okay. So we had a game that did finish here in the under 1100. And 2 games finished at about the same time in the under 700. So we do have several things to analyze. Okay. So in the under 1100, we had Soccer Alexander 11, and he's playing against Taki TPS 77. And that's the first game that I noticed was finished. You can see the real names of the players there. Of players where all I'm seeing is you can see the real names of players there. So I'm confused about. Oh yeah. I don't see a link. Yep. So that's the issue. But I'm wondering if King Spencer is somebody I know, as it could be, which would be cool if that's the case. Yeah, maybe it has some sort of thing where it automatically deletes a link. That would be frustrating. Can you analyze my game? Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. What's going on here? Oh, thank you. I'll take a look at that at some point. But first I want to analyze some of the games that have finished. Yeah. Max Warrior 999. Okay. So your game finished. You're in which section are you in, Mr. Max Warrior? Oh, you're in under 1100. Yes. We'll take a look at your game in a moment. I'm going to take a look at the other game that finished in your section, which has already been analyzed by the computer, it looks like. Let's go to Lichess DMV game. I'll take a look at your game after I look at this one. So yours will be the next game in the queue. This game, Soccer Alexander 11 versus Taki TPS 7-7. It began with an Italian game. And again, we had a fried liver attack. Now, this time, Black definitely played the right thing, at least in the opening. They played d5 to prevent White from taking on f7, and then they played knight to a5. They did not play knight takes d5. That's correct. So after this, White played bishop e5, and we followed theory for a while. c6, d takes, b takes, and White played queen f3. So we have a lot of theory, a theoretical battle in the under 1100 section, the April Action Swiss. I love it. Now, and White even, so White played queen f3, and Black played c takes b5. And you know what's funny is this is still a theoretical line here. I think c takes b5 is a relatively recent line, if I remember correctly. I think that people didn't used to like take this bishop. They used to play like rook b8. But I think computers have shown that after c takes b5, Black is doing perfectly fine. I don't know. I definitely have heard some good things about this position for Black. So queen takes a8. Right now, White is up material, but Black plays queen c7, and you can see that the White queen is a little bit out of the game. The only way to get it back in the game would be to play queen to f3. And then Black gets some activity. I think it's like bishop g4 at some point, knight c6 to d4. And this is a tricky line because it kind of breaks some rules. You know, Black sacrificed material at the opening, but it definitely seems like Black has some compensation here. And actually, I'm seeing in the database there are a bunch of games, and almost all of, actually no, all of them are from 2019 and on. So this is a modern line that people play against the fried liver, sacrificing this rook. Now in the game, White played d3. So let's see if Black knew the theory. Black played knight c6, and I like it because maybe Black at some point, if they just get their king off this back rank, can go bishop b7. And maybe that would trap the queen. So knight c3, king e7. But king e7 seems like a bad move because White can play knight takes b5 with the tempo. So I'm not sure about that. So, what should we do? I don't really want to allow knight takes b5. So maybe what we should do is play bishop b4 to pin this guy. Then we get castled. Then we play bishop b7. And now there's no knight takes b5 because the knight is pinned. And so let's say castles. We can take this. They take back. I get castled. And my next move is probably bishop b7. Or I can move the bishop somewhere else. I actually don't have to go to b7 specifically. And it seems like the queen here is going to get trapped. And then when it does get trapped, so let's say White does something, Black moves the bishop, I don't know, bishop b7. Queen takes f8, king takes. What we have here is two rooks against a queen, but then Black also has an extra minor piece. They have two knights, White only has one, so Black should be winning in this position. Yeah, that's the idea of this line. But king e7, that's not working too well. I think knight takes b5 with tempo is a real problem. So maybe we should have gone bishop b4. The other thing about king e7, you know what I want to do is I want to trap the queen by moving this bishop and then trapping it with this rook at some point. But I can't do that. King e7, I can't even move this bishop out to develop the rook. So I don't know about king e7. In the opening, we're trying to develop our pieces, but usually not the king. That's usually the exception. Black developed their king to e7. This is a problem. Okay, knight g4, bishop b7, and now that's a really nice move, knight takes f6. It's probably the only move, actually, because knight d5 check is coming, and that's going to make a fork of this king and this queen on c7. So really nice job by White, actually. And that's exactly what happened. So in this position, White is now up a rook and a pawn. That's pretty decisive. So in the game, Black just went and took this. I don't know, yeah, I don't know if I would have played knight a5, but I think it was already kind of over. And eventually White started taking stuff. They won the rook, they won the bishop. Yeah. So it was going well for Black until they played that move king e7. That's definitely not a a move consistent with black's strategy. I think black wants to get castled quickly and then move the bishop and trap the queen. King e7 is blocking the development. I think bishop b4 needs to be played, preventing knight b5. All right, we got a game to look at from Maxed Warrior 999. And almost all the games in the U1100 section have finished by this point. There's actually only one game remaining, and it just finished. Wow. So all the games in the U1100 section finished very, like, within a short period of time. Okay, so Maxed Warrior played against T.A. Sawyer. Maxed Warrior, are you there, by the way, so that we can look at your game? Because you really wanted to look at this game. We're ready to look at it now if you'd like. So you had the... Wait, resign. You had the black pieces, it looks like. And your opponent played the Queen's Gambit. And you played d takes c4. This is a fine move. I've played it many times, but there's a risk when you play d takes c4. The risk is that if you just let the opponent get their pawn back and you don't get some kind of pressure against the center, that white could just get just a big center and you don't have any compensation for it. So d takes c4 is a perfectly fine move. It's just as good a move as any of the other moves, but it's scary if you don't know some theory. So I'm not sure I would recommend it. Like I tell my students, d takes c4 is a good move, but I don't want you to play it. Because if things go wrong, then you have no center and you don't even win a pawn. So after e4, there are several good moves here. A friend of mine got me into playing the move knight c6 in this position, which counterattacks the pawn on d4. And then usually the game will continue at some point. White pushes d5 and black goes knight e5. Knight f6 is a very logical move. Fabiano Caruana used to play this a lot, with the point that if white goes knight c3, then black has a great move e5. And also, I would say that the main line, which was played in a bunch of championship match games in the 90s between Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand, black played e5 in this position. But the move that you played, c6, I don't know what this move accomplishes. I don't think this is a good move. It doesn't help develop a piece, doesn't help to prepare castling. It doesn't even really control the center. And maybe if you got one more move, you could play b5 to defend your pawn, but you don't have another move because white could just play bishop takes c4 right now. I'm really thinking they probably should have done that, but the move they played, a4, could also be okay. Okay, I mean, bishop e6, knight c3, maybe knight a3 to take back on c4, but okay, knight c3, knight f6, and e5, knight fd7, and yeah, man, once white gets this pawn back, your position is going to be so passive. See, this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying that there's a little bit of a fear that when you play an opening like the Queen's Gambit accepted, that if things go wrong, you might just have no space and no control of the center whatsoever. So knight f3, f6, bishop f4. I'm really thinking maybe at some point white should actually try to get this pawn back. You know, they could try to go knight d2 someday and then take back, but I guess they can't do that right now because e5 is hanging. Okay, bishop f4. Knight d5 was good. Maybe black was afraid of bishop takes c4. Yeah, so here I guess the point was that black wanted to avoid blocking their bishop, but maybe knight d5 is the better option because this is very similar to one of the main lines that I mentioned earlier. In this position, I said that knight f6 was one of the main lines that Fabiano Caruana used to play a lot. And the main line here is e5, knight d5, bishop takes c4. So white's better in this position, but it's not a big problem. And one of the things that black has is they can put a minor piece on the d5 square. And sometimes they can even play like knight c6, bishop f5, and get eventually castle long. The point is that in compensation for having less space, black has maybe a more compact pawn structure. So a4, bishop e6, knight d7. In this position, after knight to d5, bishop c4, knight takes c3 is an important point that Justin is making in the chat. So, yeah, Maxed Warrior 999, that's a good point. Since white can't actually take on c4 due to the trick with knight takes c3, you probably should have played knight d5, because after knight d7, it's getting a bit miserable for you. Like, knight d5, the point is bishop c4, knight takes c3, followed by bishop takes c4, and you win a piece. So they can't take back right away. I mean, they'll be able to take back at some point, maybe, but um, after knight ft7, it's getting really like our pieces are bumping into each other. I don't know what we're gonna do with this guy. We're still way away from developing our king side. Okay, knight f3, f6, bishop f4, bishop f7. Bishop f7 is kind of awkward, but I mean, I guess maybe you can play e6 later. Okay. Bishop e2, queen b6. Yeah, I really want to get like going with my development. Queen b6. White defended with queen c2. Maybe that at some point will allow black to play like bishop g6. Or knight a6 to b4 could be an interesting option for black. Okay, f takes e5. a5. Intermediately attacking the queen. Queen c7, not my favorite move because I feel like we're now jumping on the diagonal of the white bishop on the h2 to b8 diagonal. This seems kind of scary to me. I'm feeling like we should have gone somewhere else. Possibly queen b3, because since we're up a pawn, if we can trade queens and go into an endgame, maybe we'll be doing okay. I mean, I have a feeling white's still fine here, like takes, and at some point they may be able to surround and win this pawn, and then they'll be even material again. But this seems like the best bet, because after queen c7, I'm afraid that when they take back on e5, they took back with the knight. Now they're threatening knight g6. Maybe even this. I guess knight g6, maybe bishop takes g6. Maybe this sort of thing, and if they take on f4, then we take on h8. Like, just discoveries with this bishop across from the queen. I'm scared. You know, I feel like we may blunder something tactically pretty soon. I think that the decision you made here, Mr. Max Warrior, was the correct one. You just played knight takes e5 to cut out knight takes f7 as a threat. But after this, bishop takes, you have to move the queen again. I mean, we're moving the queen so many times. Queen d7, maybe I would have gone somewhere else because we want to be able to play knight d7. After queen d7, we have so few options to develop our pieces. Rook d1, okay. Bishop d5, castles, b6. And here, white played knight a4. I would question b6 as well. We're pretty far behind in development. We need to finish our development. I think the move that's screaming to be played is e6, and then try to move this bishop out somewhere and try to get castled. Or just something, you know, get our pieces into the game. After b6, I'm concerned maybe even if they just take and play rook a1. We're so undeveloped that the opening of the a file could be a problem for us. Knight a4 happened in the game, b5, knight c5. Ish, not looking good. And yeah, I mean, knight a4, if you play b5, you weaken the dark squares forever. Queen c8. So the number of queen moves we've played already is a bit of a problem. So I would say right here, white has a huge advantage. But this, according to the graph, is where white messed things up. So let's see. They played a6. Okay. So yeah, a6 seems like a very unnecessary move. Maybe they were concerned that black would develop with knight to a6 and try to trade off that knight, but black could play knight d7 anyway. I don't really think that a6 is a very powerful move. Plus, a6, knight takes a6 seems like it's fine for black anyway, so I'm confused. Another thing is that white has an initiative, and they should pursue that initiative. Maybe they could play like, well, the recommendation that the server gives, bishop h5, that makes a lot of sense. If white goes bishop h5 check, then black has a tough decision between moving their king. Because if they go bishop f7, white could take it, black has to move the king, or they could go king d8. But the other decision is they could play g6. But then this rook is hanging, and so white actually wins material there. So I really don't know about a6. Knight takes a6, then white played b4. And black can take this pawn. So I think this was the key moment here. White kind of gave away 2 pawns, and I don't think that was the correct thing to do. Maybe bishop h5, maybe a developing move, maybe rook e1. A6, knight takes, b4, knight takes, queen b2. Suddenly black has enough pawns. They have 3 pawns, and they're connected pass pawns too, to compensate for their king being in the center. Black played knight a6. Maxed Warrior, I would recommend that instead of this, you actually get your pawn going with a5. Because this does prevent them from taking your knight, but it also pushes your passed pawn and activates your rook. It seems like a better version. And you don't have to retreat the knight. Like here, now your knight on b4 is controlling some nice squares, d3, c2. So I would prefer to play a5 rather than playing knight a6. Okay, queen c3, take, e6. Yeah, e6, it feels like maybe we could have done something about their threat bishop takes g7, but it's tough to figure out what that would be. Yeah. Okay, I mean, e6 might not be the best move, but okay, take, rook g8, bishop h5, king moved. Now, how would we decide which square to go to with our king? That's the next question. King d7 versus king d8. Well, king d8 allows queen f6 and bishop f6, those sorts of checks. Whereas king d7 doesn't allow those things. So it's possible king d7 would have been the better spot. Okay, king d8. Oh, the Lee chess thing definitely thinks that king d7 would have been a better spot. Okay, king d8, bishop f6, bishop e7. Maybe we should be like running for cover. King c7, king b7, then we're safe. Maybe I prefer that to playing bishop e7, because after bishop e7, your king is still in the center, and they can take it whenever they want. They did rook e1. But the problem is that if they give up check, you had a threat, which was rook takes g2. So I think in this position, white should have stopped and defended it. Maybe g3, and then they could still try and get counterplay against the black king in the center. It's going to be tough because white's down a pawn. Actually, white's down 2 pawns. But they could try. Black's king's kind of weak. Okay. Well, rook fe1, rook takes g2, king f1, queen g8. I have a feeling that probably black is just totally winning here. Their king is relatively safe, and they have they have several extra pawns. So queen g5, attacking the bishop. Yeah, queen g5 makes sense. Bishop moved back, bishop f3 takes, queen g4. Okay, I don't know if I would have necessarily gone for the bishop takes f3, but I think that if you do, then queen g4 makes sense, because you want to make sure that your king is safe in the center, and trading queens makes your king safer. And you're still up several pawns, so it's fine to do this. They took it, and then f3, rook g2, rook takes h2. Okay, black's up 4 pawns, and now black push the passed pawns through to victory, basically. Yeah. All this seems fine. Okay, maybe in this position, I'm trying to think. We did kind of throw 1 pawn down the board a little quickly there. It's not a big deal. We're fine. We're fine. Rook c1, and the funny thing is, in this final position, I don't know why white resigned. They can do a little bit of a trick, which is a rook takes b2. And all the rooks are hanging. White's rooks are hanging, and black's rooks are hanging. So probably white shouldn't have resigned. I think they're losing, but they definitely could have survived for a bit if they had played this move. So I actually think rook c1 is probably not the best. But black has so much that they can do. I think the obvious one is to move some kind of a rook, maybe this one, down to c2 to guard the pawn and then get ready to push the other one. That seems like a perfectly fine solution. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what white's supposed to do about that. So that was the game that was requested by Maxed Warrior 999. I would not really recommend that you continue to play this opening, because even though it's a perfectly fine opening for black, there is a big risk that you lose control of the center. I don't know if the chess kid, Coach Justin, agrees, because I know we definitely teach some chess students. I don't recommend to my students to play the QGA, even though I think it's a good opening, because I think that they have to know a lot in order to avoid getting run over. Whereas I think it's easier for a chess student to understand e6 or c6 or something like that. Well, there are 3 main moves against the Queen's Gambit, right? E6, c6, and pawn takes pawn. And yeah, just Coach Justin, the chess kid, said c6, e6. Yeah, they each have positives and negatives. So c6 has the negative that now your pawn kind of stopped here, so it can't go to c5 later. But now you can play like knight f6, maybe bishop f5 or g4, and then e6. I'm oversimplifying like vastly. E6 is also a very logical move. I think E6 is a very simple one that you can go for. The only downside of E6 is it blocks in this bishop. But you're just going to play knight f6, you're going to move this bishop, and you're going to castle. Your king's going to be safe, you're going to be fine. If they take, you take back with the pawn, then you open this bishop again. I'm going way too, like, this is super simple. Obviously, it's way more complicated than this, but I think this is easier to play than the Queen's Gambit Accepted. And I say this as somebody who plays the Queen's Gambit Accepted a lot with black. I think it's a good opening, but I just don't know that I would recommend it to some of you guys because there's a real fear that if things go wrong, then white just gets the whole center. Okay, so we had a request. Naresh, remind me, what is your username on Leashess? Because I can definitely take a look at your game for sure. We just finished looking at this game. So where am I going here? Oh, is it in the U? Are you in the U700, Naresh? Yeah. I just found your game. Yep. That's what I was thinking about. Okay. So what we have is Naresh with white versus Rayanch, maybe? Okay, let's take a look. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight d4. Well, I don't really think this is a very good move. This doesn't develop a new piece, doesn't prepare to castle. Definitely seems like a pretty harmless move. And I would also say that usually in chess, if you want to try to develop your pieces quickly and get castled, and knight d4 is exchanging a piece that we already developed. That's not something we like to do. So maybe knight f6 is a good move here, you know, something like that, or a6. But I know that you had white in this game, but I'm just pointing this out. You know, I think that most of the time people would say that either knight f6 or a6 is the best move here. And knight d4, I like what you did. You just took it. And after this, yeah, man, when I used to play the Spanish as white, whenever I faced knight d4 and like blitz, I would play bishop c4 now. Because I remember I just was like, I think I faced it in a correspondence game, probably like 2014 or 15, like on chess.com or something. And I faced this opening, and I remember seeing that the move bishop c4 scored really well. And I thought about it, and I was like, it makes sense. Like the bishop on b5 isn't putting pressure on anything. So I played bishop c4. So it makes some sense to play bishop back to c4. To be honest, though, the other attraction of this is it prevents black from breaking with d5. And that's one of the main pawn breaks that black likes to go for in any kind of e4, e5 type of game. So that's another reason. So bishop c4, bishop c5, queen f3. So now we're kind of threatening a little attack on f7. I'm wondering if maybe white had a better move here, though. Maybe in this position, we can try some kind of combination of queen h5 or bishop f7, something like that. Because there's a pretty typical tactic when they play bishop c5, and you know, if you have a guy looking at f7, they haven't developed their knight yet. Maybe bishop takes f7 is working. I don't know if this, if black can survive this. Queen h5 check, and we're gonna play queen takes c5. So I don't know what they're gonna do. King f8, queen takes c5, and white won the piece back, and they have an extra pawn. They're also likely to take on d4 in the future, so it feels to me like black is probably close to lost. And I think also queen to h5 right away would have worked, because it's hard for me to find any move that defends f7 and c5. They can try queen e7, but then I can just still take this. And queen takes, then I take here. But I think bishop takes f7 is cleaner, because why would you help them develop their queen like that? Bishop f7, every move is check. It makes sense. So Naresh, this is a tactic that I want you to remember. When they have this hanging bishop over here and they don't have knight f6 or anything like that, consider the option bishop takes f7, queen h5 with a fork. Okay. And yeah, I think that would have pretty much refuted their idea. Queen f3 is like, it has the similar idea, but they should be able to stop this. And in the game, they played knight f6, and you can see now you can't do the tactic anymore because the knight is guarding h5. So, okay, e5, castles. Whoa, okay. I think any student of e4, e5 theory knows that usually in a position like this, black should want to counterattack the center with d5. And then if you take this knight, then they take this bishop. And that's usually the idea that black is going for. So I think any other move is probably bad for black. They certainly can't castle. After this, white just takes this piece. And I'm really interested in black playing this move in only a few seconds. So I'm not sure that black understood how dangerous their position gets if they do anything other than d5. Take a sip of water for a second. Hold up. Yeah, I mean, castles, white just took this knight. So, rook e8, bishop e2, d6, queen e7 is reasonable. Queen e7 pins this this pawn, yeah. So, hold on. If we castle, what? Oh, there's no rook e1. There's nothing defending the rook. Okay. Yeah. So maybe here like queen e2 or something. And I guess black has not a great position, but like they're not dead. Well, definitely we can't like quickly play the move castles. I think after this, black just loses a piece for not much. Rook e8 makes sense, developing a piece with tempo. And I think what white did here, bishop e2, is fine. I'm a little concerned from the standpoint of Naresh that there could be a problem where like maybe something down the e-file, it's hard to castle, but our queen's kind of defending that, so we should be fine. d6 castles, yeah. Makes sense. Then queen takes f6, white took, sure. We can go into an endgame up a piece. Don't hang this bishop. Okay, bishop d3 is fine. I personally would have played bishop f3 because I want to be able to play d3 and develop my bishop, you know, somewhere. And bishop to d3 kind of blocks me from doing that. So I would have played bishop f3. There's another benefit of bishop f3, which is that it prevents black from developing this piece. Because if they move the bishop, then we can take on b7. So yeah, I don't know about bishop d3, but we're still up a piece, so it should be very easy to convert the win. King h8, c3, take, rook g8. Okay, gotta be aware that they might play bishop h3 here. So after b3, bishop h3, yeah, we might have to give back a little bit of material, I'm imagining. It might not be a huge deal, but personally, I'm thinking I would have stopped that by playing king h1. Just prevent their idea. Or, you know, or even g3 in this position. Okay, b3, bishop h3, g3, and they can take this. Kind of curious why they didn't take this, because now white can just play rook e1 and save their rook. I guess f4, they're hoping that they can take on g3 and use this pin. But white always has like knight e4 type ideas. Bishop b2 is a nice move, yeah. Because now we can jump with this knight somewhere, making a discovered check. I like it. I like it. Yeah, so the other... yeah, that's another good point. So in this position, g3 gives up this rook. White could try to defend g2 by playing like bishop... yeah, exactly. The black didn't bother taking it. If you wanted to try to defend here, you could play bishop to e4 to defend g2. I'm actually interested in knowing the amount of time spent here. I gotta say, you guys are going so quickly. You have more time right now than you started with. Come on, you gotta slow down a bit. You know, we gotta make sure that we don't allow any counterplay. All right, g3. I mean, black should... I don't know why black wouldn't at least try to take back some of the material with bishop takes f1. I have a feeling that white's just totally winning anyway because the two minor pieces are way better than a rook. And also this diagonal's weak. White's gonna do some kind of like this sort of thing maybe. Or knight d5 even. Attacking c7, f6. Probably white's doing great. But still, you know, why allow this? f5, rook e1, f4, bishop e2. I like this move. And black probably, to my mind, needs to play bishop d4 because this blocks the diagonal towards the black king. At least in this case, there's not going to be a discovered check. But in the game, black played rook g d8 and white played a discovered check, and now black is really in trouble. King g8, knight takes f4, hitting this bishop. Yeah, white should be so winning here. Bishop g4, knight back to d5, threatening knight f6. King f8, knight f6, bishop d7. I like how black saved their piece. I mean, they didn't blunder white's idea, at least. Both sides spending a little bit more time now. Knight takes, bishop f5. Yeah, I mean, knight takes is fine. I know that we're attacking. Maybe I wouldn't do that, but it's all good. Because white's just up a piece, so whatever. Take, bishop f5, rook d8, d4. The funny thing is, d4 maybe isn't my favorite move. It kind of blocks in our dude on b2. Maybe I like having that diagonal open. Maybe I want to just, I don't know, like rook e4, put the other rook on e1, like double my rooks on the e file or something, or rook e2. Okay, d4, bishop b4, rook e3, bishop g6. I feel like black should have played rook d7 here to defend the pawn, but it's still probably going to be completely losing for black, so. And eventually, black hung the rook, but they were already dead. Okay. Just make sure you don't stalemate them. And no stalemates. Okay. So Naresh, I think overall that was a good game. Let's just go back briefly and give some feedback. Right here, this is the main moment where I feel like you missed a shot with bishop takes f7 followed by queen h5. If you had found that, you might have won the game more quickly than you did. I really think that here, black should be trying to play d5 to counterattack the bishop on c4. Or, as Coach Justin pointed out, the move queen e7. I think those are, I guess, the only two moves that even try to survive with black. Castles, I mean, you just won material here. So the only other piece of advice I would have is you should take more time and really check to make sure that you understand the opponent's ideas and that you've calculated your own ideas thoroughly. Because I did notice in this game, both players went very, very quickly through important moments. So that's something we want to try to avoid. But you did a very good job in that game. All right, we spent plenty of time on that game. 32 minutes left for the next round. This is the U700 is finished. So all the games here in round 2 are over. And the U1100 is also finished. But these two sections have ongoing games. Let's take a look at the highest board, Dasma Chess round 2. Let's see what happened. So let me go to the game scene. They had the black pieces, and we started with another Italian. I'm shocked. Definitely the Italian is like, it happens in like 50% of Scholastic games maybe. Because everyone wants to get in their attack on f7. All right, knight f6, knight g5. So let's see if black knows their theory. It looks like they did. D5 takes knight a5. So we've had this position already in this video. Like we've already seen another game that went like this. Okay, bishop b5, c6, take, yep. Bishop e2, h6, knight f3, e4, knight e5. Wow, we're following theory right now. And black played queen d4. Seems like a fine move. I don't know the theory at this point. Knight g4. Take, e3. Wow. That's quite the move. Whoa, man. I mean, it makes sense. We're attacking that bishop on g4, and we have e takes f2 coming in. Wow. So, what a like position. Is this preparation by black? Because they played very quickly. f3, knight takes g4, and I guess f3 is probably not the best. Maybe white should just move their bishop and allow pawn takes f2, but then they have to go king f1. It's kind of iffy. Wow, very nice. So I guess this is what happens. So in the last game, we saw queen f3 in this position, and it seems like queen f3, pawn takes b5 is okay for black, and bishop e2, h6, e4 seems like a reliable system for black. That's why a lot of people in this position actually play bishop d3. It's a really awkward move, but the point is that now if black goes h6, white can play knight to e4, which is a much more attractive idea than going to f3 and getting kicked with e4. So there's some theory like knight d5, knight f4 might happen. But anyway, so yeah, wow, knight e5, queen d4, knight g4 takes e3, f3, knight takes, and black castled long. And the e-pawn is pinned. And white can't castle. Wow. Yeah, white can't castle because like e2. So I have a feeling that white's losing here. Okay, queen e2. Pawn takes d2, takes. Black now played knight c4, putting pressure against this bishop. Makes sense. Bishop c3, queen e3. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what white's supposed to do here. The computer says the like submitted analysis, it says that here the position went to equal after knight d2. Okay, I guess that's trying to trade off their active knight. Maybe that's the only move that gives white a chance to survive. Because in the game they took, but I can see why this is bad. Because rook d1 is coming in, and also knight takes c2. And how are you going to stop those things? Like knight a3, black can just take it. So there's too much activity here for black, I guess. Knight d2, but this is too late. I mean, knight takes c2 just wins the rook. And black played bishop d6. I'm just thinking if there's any way that we could possibly try to save that knight, but probably not. So bishop d6, yeah. And white eventually got the knight back, but black is up in exchange, and they have great activity. So black is completely winning here. And eventually they traded some bishops. They put their rooks on the second rank, or the seventh, I guess. They did a little bit of a king walk. And okay, white managed to like kind of trick black in a way, because I'm not sure that black meant for this to happen. But at the same time, this is just a completely winning king and pawn game for black. So I'm not even sure that white's trick was worth it. Eventually, black took all the pawns and promoted and won the game. Okay. So it looks like black just knew the opening way better than white. But they did apparently mess things up a little bit. Yeah, here maybe there's some better moves than queen e3. So the analysis says bishop b4 with the idea to try to unpin the try to counterpin the piece. This is interesting though, because bishop takes b4. The point is that now there's rook e8. That's really cool. And I guess there's not a good way for white to save the queen. That's a cool line. Wow. So first of all, we're preventing that's like a nice tactic actually. Wow. Yeah, bishop b4, because your queen was hanging. You pin the thing that was attacking your queen, and then you play rook to e8. I like it. That's like might be worth saving or something. That's kind of cool. All right, well, that was the board one. Dasma Chess gets the win. They now have 2 out of 2. There's one ongoing game in the open section. And the next round begins at 4:40. Is anyone else in the chat want me to take a look at their games? Because otherwise I'll just go look at whatever I can find. But is anyone else here that wants me to look at a game that I haven't already looked at? Let's see. Let's see what happened in the top game here in the U700. By the way, the chess kid / Justin, are there any like if there's anything I'm like neglecting, if I'm just forgetting about like a section for a while or whatever, let me know, because you know, it's hard for me to keep track of what I've analyzed exactly, at least within like if there's a game that I really need to look at or something like that, let me know if you think that there's something I should be doing. Star Discovery versus Chess NYC Chris D. The ending of the game. Okay. Which section would that be? That would be the top section. That is spectacular. What? The game ended in a... Wait a minute. What is going on over here? The game ended in a stalemate with like 10,000 things on the board. That is a crazy ending of the game. Now, hold on a second. So, black... Okay. Black identified that they were like stalemated, I guess. So they tried to give their rook away. Yeah, that's cool. Well, this reminds me of a certain chess game that I played once, but I'm not going to talk about it. Wow, okay. Rook d1, king e2. So, well, we have to decide which way we want to take. Or which way we want to give a check. Rook d2 versus rook e1. I guess those are the only options. They went rook e1. Okay. So either way that white takes, it's a stalemate. But what if white just plays king d2? I guess. So let's think about this. So king d2, we're going to have to keep running, right? King d2, check. And now I guess I can kind of run this way. Rook c4. Ah, rook c4, queen takes c4. Now they have squares. Yeah. Okay. And so this fails. Black has to play moves now. Or they can move the pawn. Ah, nice. Okay. Yep, rook c4 fails, so there's so they escape that way. So rook d2, I guess they don't have the same sort of escape because here rook e2, let's see. Okay, here it's just forced. I mean, we can just do this all day. Yeah, rook f1, rook f2. That's easy. And king d1, are we just going to follow them? No, not that. Yeah, there's nothing. Well, okay, I guess when you get here, you have to be a little careful. Don't take on a2 and let them play queen takes a2. So you gotta, like, trap the king. Yeah. Justin and I had the same thought at the same time, yeah. But as long as you realize that, then that's a draw. Well, I want to point out something. The player with black had almost no time. So for them, even if they didn't play the right way, for them to even think of this idea is pretty nice. I mean, that's really cool. That is a really cool finish. Rook e1 check. Okay, white cannot take this rook. They need to try to escape. And if they escape, then they're winning. But they just took. That is a spectacular final position. What was this game? It was a Trompowski. And then we had some type of, like, this is really, I like these positions for white, to be honest. C4, takes. Okay, but black's surviving, I guess. Take. Oh, whoa, we hung a guy over here. Okay, so black should be winning. But then white got counterplay, yeah. The g5 pawn is hanging. Knight e5 or knight d6 coming in. Then knight takes f5. So then eventually white won the queen. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Well, the player with black definitely didn't play a perfect game, but I like that they're really thinking. They're using their time. That's a good sign. Definitely want to see players using their time in these tournaments. That was really cool. Wow. That was pretty spectacular. Okay. So let's see. U1100. I looked at a game here, right? I looked at this one. And that was the game with Soccer Alexander. I don't think I've looked at any games with. Okay, yeah. Well, hold on. Let me just check something real quick. Oh, Chess NYC Chris D is somebody that I've taught before as well. Okay. And King Spencer is the Spencer that I know. Yeah. I haven't looked at his game before, so maybe I'm gonna do that. Maybe let's take a look at what happened when he played against Asim Shivapur. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. If he happens to be in the chat, let me know if that's correct or not. Okay. So, okay, King Spencer had the white pieces. Let me switch my layout. This is in the U1100 section. That's the one thing I wish I had in my layout, is a thing where it extended down to where it shows what section the game is, because it just shows this. I kind of forgot about that, although I don't think it's a big deal. Okay. So we had some standard Italian again. Every game's an Italian, man. Bishop e7, castle, knight f6, knight c3. I don't like knight c3. It's fine, but why not like be able to play for c3, d4? You know, I like that. Maybe d3 as well. You can play for, you know, I feel like the thing people forget is that the c pawn is kind of a center pawn. One of the reasons why white might play for an advantage in e4, e5 structures is that black committed to knight c6. They can't use their c pawn. You know, white can. Okay, knight c3, castle d3, bishop b4. So black kind of played two moves with this bishop now. Bishop d2. I mean, white's fine. Normal chess position. b4, bishop d4, take, take. I like white. I think white has an advantage right now. Knight to e2, bishop g4. F3, bishop e6. Everything's going well for white. They took. b5, white has space. They have a pawn. What happened? Because it looks like black won this game, but to be honest, I feel like white just has a huge advantage right now. Okay, rook e1. Yeah, maybe we could have tried f4, kicking this knight, and then the rook would be useful on the f file as well. And then after f4, you know, someday we could play bishop e3 or f5, and we just have so much space. Whereas on rook e1, I feel like this rook's kind of on a line that's just going to be closed. So you have to ask yourself when you place a rook somewhere if it's going to be on a line that's going to end up being open or if it's just going to be blocked by its own pawns. Okay, c5, knight b3, c4. Yeah, black's trying to create some counterplay. Take, take, bishop b4, queen b6 check, and now we lose the pawn back. I'm starting to see what's going to happen here. Maybe, yeah, maybe we want to do something else. Maybe we want to take on c6 when they play c5, for example, and only then move the knight. And then we could play rook b1 at some point. We could have a nice file. Yeah, knight b3 I'm not sure about. So now black got the pawn back. And now white played c3 and black played a great move, e5. And there's going to be a problem here. And the problem is that now these pieces are kind of lined up. And a5 might happen, and this is kind of scary. Yes, I can analyze your U1600 round 2 game. Which game was that? I'm gonna take a look. I'm finishing up looking at this game from the U1100, and I'll definitely take a look at that game if I haven't already. Queen d3 happened here. Black has a5 at some point. They didn't play it though. Knight b2. Knight b2 is like it kind of just puts the knight in the middle of nowhere. I feel like that probably gives away black's advantage. But then rook e2, that hangs the queen. Ah, jeez. Okay, we hung the queen. We hung the queen and we also hung a knight. So at this point, Spencer resigned. But Spencer had a great position. Yeah, he just gave so much activity to black. I mean, it kind of came crumbling down a bit. Again, I didn't like rook e1. I really would have thought that pawn takes c6 was the better option here. And yeah, black just played great moves at this point. And we got to be very aware of the tactics. Like here, black may try for some kind of a5 type thing, trying to exploit these pieces. So maybe not c3. Maybe knight d2 or something, trying to exchange off this active piece. Okay, so I'm supposed to look at a game U1600 round 2. So are you who am I talking to? Is this Kidfire? Am I correct about that? Which game am I looking at? Let's head over to the U1600. Because I can definitely take a look at a game right now. All the games in U1600 are finished. Actually, all the games in all the sections are finished. Maybe I could just open the spreadsheet and figure it out. Kid Fire, yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look. Sure. Have I looked at the game already? I don't think so. Yeah, let's just jump right in. Let's see what happened. E4. I'm looking at the game, yeah. We got a Kid Fire with the black pieces. And it started with a Caro-Kann. I'm a fan of the Caro-Kann defense. So I'm definitely it's refreshing to see a game that doesn't start with the Italian. Yeah, I'm definitely a fan of the Caro-Kann. Let's see what happened here. Pawn takes, knight f3, knight c6. Knight c3, not my favorite move by white because I have a feeling that this knight is not going to be very active on c3, and maybe white would like to play pawn c3 at some point instead, so I don't know if I would have played knight c3. Okay, knight f6, bishop f4, bishop f5. Yeah, so bishop g4 I think would have been my preference because this is really putting more pressure against the center. After bishop g4, they have to worry about the possibility of bishop takes, and then, like, imagine if black got another move, right? Like, white goes, bishop somewhere. Bishop takes f3. If white plays queen takes, then black can play knight takes d4. And the only other option would be white to play pawn takes, but that's kind of a very, like, ugly pawn structure, right? So I think bishop g4 is just a good move. And actually on bishop e2, black can still maybe consider taking, although I guess bishop takes, yeah. So just e6. And I think black is doing fine. Black has a good position. So, that's why I would say I like bishop g4 more than I like bishop f5. So I wasn't a huge fan of the move bishop f5 that you played in this position. Okay, bishop b5, e6, and now white played a3, which is kind of an awkward move. I don't know what it does. I guess they were afraid of bishop b4, but I'm not sure that black was going to do that anyway. You put bishop f4 accidentally. You meant bishop g4. Okay. So bishop d6. I mean, black is totally fine here. Bishop g3, castle, a6. Sure, yeah. Bishop a4, b5. I like it. This bishop now is really cut out of the game. Definitely doesn't have much to do. Just kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's blocked out by these pawns. I would say black has an advantage. Definitely a slight advantage because they just have more of the center and they have more active pieces. I mean, this bishop just really is kind of not well placed right now. So bishop takes g3, f takes, and black played queen b6. And that seems good. So right now, everything is looking good for you. h3, bishop e4, you're threatening to take on f3 and then take on d4. I like it. White played knight e2. I don't see any other way for them to guard against the threat of bishop f3, knight takes d4. So I think knight e2 was the best move. And now e5. Yeah, that's an aggressive move as well. You don't have to play e5. You definitely have many other options that you can go for. But okay, e5. Yeah, c3. You took, and took. But this doesn't win any material, right? I mean, maybe we would rather not have just given up that bishop. I mean, here white seems fine, right? So we definitely kind of drifted a bit from a position which was better for us to a position that white's fine. So maybe not all these trades and probably not e5. When you have a better position like this and they don't have very active pieces, why don't we just improve our position, There are a lot of ways that you could have improved your position. You could play a developing move, rook c8. You could play knight a5 to c4. That's a nice idea. There are a lot of things you can do. It's not like white is threatening to wriggle out of their situation. There's definitely a lot that you can do to play for just a slow advantage here. Because what you did is you just traded so much stuff here, and you let white kind of just take the game into an equal ending. And they were worse previously, so I don't know about all this. Okay, rook a d8, rook f5, rook f e8. I think white's fine. I think this position's just equal. King f1, knight e4. That makes sense. We had some... Oh, interesting. They didn't even defend their pawn. Oh, I see. Yeah, they can't go rook f3 because knight d2. Yeah, they have to go king g1. Okay. But then the d5 pawn's hanging, so yeah. Okay, take, take, take. Knight e2, knight takes d4. Black's up a pawn again, but yeah, probably white has some counterplay. They have a nice bishop. Rook e7, rook d1, knight e6. Yeah, here white played rook e1. Yeah, Star Discovery, I'm assuming that that was the game I was looking at where there was the stalemate trick at the end. One thing I loved about that game was the time that you spent. I love that you didn't resign, and I love that you didn't just make all your moves really quickly, that you recognized that even though that you were, you know, even though you were in trouble, you still had resources. That was really nice. Yeah. Yeah, that was a very cool way to end the game. The final position was pretty spectacular. When I was told to click on that game, the first thing I saw was the final position. I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? So it was pretty cool. Yeah, there's an argument that here white should potentially consider taking on e6 because black has to play pawn takes e6. They can't play rook takes because then rook to d8. And so then after pawn takes, white can go after some of the pawns. And normally a rook endgame is a tricky one. It's like a tricky type of endgame for the side up a pawn to win. You know, rook d8 and then rook a8 seems like a pretty reliable way. Check. And then rook a8. And they're not going to be able to save the a pawn. So this feels like a good way for white to equalize here. And I think this position is a draw. But in the game, it was rook e1, h6, king g3. Now, white offered a draw around here, but I don't think black's going to take a draw. I think black's the one trying to play for a win. a5, bishop c6, rook b8, yeah. Bishop d5, rook b6, rook c1, king f8, rook f1, rook d6, rook f5. Okay, maybe we're threatening to take on e6 and then take on b5. g6 makes sense, preventing that idea, yeah. Rook e5. Knight c7 defending, okay. So it's like kind of teetering between black being able to play for a win or the position maybe being a draw. It's kind of like that sort of position. Like it's a two results type position. Yeah, although here, instead of bishop d3, maybe white should just zoom in with their king like this. King f3, king d4, just try to get as active as possible. And even though white is down a pawn, you know, this was a pretty open position. And in open positions, bishops are just much better pieces than knights, man. They really are. You know, there's no way that white should be losing here. At least as far as I can tell. So, let's see. Bishop d3, king f7, king f4, king e4. White offered a draw again. Don't like to see that, you know. Definitely, we don't need to be offering draws, you know, you got to prove it. And black did a good job, it looks like. Knight f4, bishop f1. Bishop f1, that's a passive looking move. Now black can get started with pushing their pawns. e5, I like it. King e4. That's a cool move. Yeah, they can't take. They can't take because knight takes g3. I like it. Okay, so here black played king f5. And it looks like maybe white can win the race to go over to get to the queenside pawns and try to create counterplay. So I'm really feeling that maybe in this position, something else could have been the way. Maybe knight f6, maybe I get started with king f6 here. And then on king e3, I can play king e5, and I'm threatening to take this. Or king e3, I could take on g3 right away. Because I don't know if knight f6 is the way to go. I feel like after this, white's king is going to kind of zoom over here. And you have to find an accurate move like knight h5 in this position. So, but white didn't play the most active way. The lesson here, guys, is in the end game you have to play actively, just like in any phase of the game, and you gotta. Your king is a piece that you can use to fight. It's not just a liability. It's not just something that can be checkmated. It's also something you can use to attack. And I think white needs to make counterplay. They really should be trying to go over here and seeing if they can go take this pawn and try to make any counterplay that they can. I definitely don't like this passive move king f2. I don't know what that does, you know. But white was low on time, so I mean I understand. Eventually, black, they got their king really active. Look at the difference in king activity, like in a position like this. I mean, black's up a pawn, but that's not the whole story. You know, they're up a pawn and they have activity and they have a passed pawn and everything. And eventually they actually gave away their extra pawn, but they're so winning in this king and pawn endgame because there's no way for white to guard the b pawn. So yeah, very nice. And black took all of white's pawns. And checkmate. Well, that was pretty cool. Okay, so let's see. There are only a couple of minutes left until the next round. And let's see here. We have 2 players with a perfect score in the open section. Dasma, Chess, and Mac and Sneeze. So my guess is that they'll play each other. We have 3 players with a perfect score in the under 1600 section. Under 1100, we have 2 players with a perfect score. And in this section, we actually only have 1 player with a perfect score, which is Chess Monster. Yeah, I should have taken a look at one of these games. I actually don't think I've seen the games of chess. No, I think I saw this game, right? Yeah. But Chess to Monster with the black pieces. Let's see how much of a monster he was in this game. Oh, no, I looked at this game, right? No, I didn't. I just looked at a game that looked exactly like it. I get so confused because I see so many games that are exactly like this. Every game is like this, the Italian. Yeah, I don't like knight g5 by white. Because the knight just gets kicked right back. And let's see, black. Interesting. Black maybe here could have tried to do a sacrifice on g4. Knight takes g4, pawn takes, bishop takes, and then quickly play knight d4. That would have been a nice way to try to exploit white weakening their king side. And now here, black could have taken on d5 and then like queen h4. That would have been really nice. But yeah, black did a nice job. They just made a big center, and eventually they just have an advantage in king safety and pawn structure. This pawn is weak, and this king is weak because white played h3, g4. Okay, somehow black won an exchange there. I don't think white should play rook takes d3. That doesn't seem like a good idea. But yeah, I mean, that was a really nice game by black. So we'll definitely have to try to take a look, like keep up with the top of the standings in these things. Chess to Monster definitely seems like a favorite. Maybe I should say Chess Demonster. I don't know how to see. I got to figure out how to pronounce these things. All right, well, good luck, everybody, because I gotta get ready to play your games. When the round starts, I'll probably take a little bit of a break, go to the bathroom and get my stuff together. Is it possible for you to win? Well, you can win your next game and then see what happens. Is it possible for you to win? I mean, So you're in this section. You're in the under 1100. Yeah. Well, it's not likely, but not the whole thing anyway. But you can definitely win the next round. We'll see. I don't know. You just try and do as well as you can in the next round, I guess. All right. Well, good luck, guys. Let's see. Let me put it onto the other scene here. Yeah. And I'm going to be back in a little bit. I'm back, and it looks like there have already been some games finished. Let's see, the under 1100 section, one game finished. And okay, to be fair, in this one, it's just somebody getting a bye, but still. And let's see, this section, all the games are still going. Well, why don't we take a look at the game that finished in the under 1100 section? That was Taki TPS 7-7 versus Sachit R. Let's just go to the game. Whoa. Hey Tristan, how's it going? I just came back, the one of the rounds just started and a game just finished, and I'm just supposed to look at games. So welcome. Let's see. This game is in the under 1100 section. Oh, hey. Steven's here. Oh my gosh, everyone's showing up at once. Did somebody like post something about this like on a Discord or something like that? So that's that's interesting. Everyone just showing up at once. Well, that's cool. Let's see what happened in this game. This is like the only game that finished so far in this round, so this is all I have to analyze right now. Okay. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4. I feel like about 60% of the games that I've looked at so far have started with this opening. Definitely like the meta for players in these tournaments is the Italian. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Italian, that's for sure. And then after knight f6, knight g5 happens most of the time too. So they're trying to attack f7. Now, we've had a couple different adventures in this position that we've seen so far in this tournament. But yeah, d5 is definitely the best move, and black played it. So I'm a fan. E takes knight a5. So black knows. Black knows what's up. We had a player earlier in the tournament in a different section play queen e7 here. That wasn't too great. I haven't seen any of knight takes d5, knight f7. So it feels like most of the time if people know d5, they know knight a5, which is good. So let's see. Bishop b5, c6, take. Bishop e2. And we just had this in another game that I just looked at, yeah. I learned to play c5 and e6 because all the kids would go for knight f3, bishop c4. Yeah, it's a good strategy. Then you just get to play d5. Yeah. I mean, there are certain things that just happen a lot in these tournaments. Like, for example, against the Caro, people will play knight f3 and e takes d5. Against the French, people will do that because they want to play bishop c4 and move 3, but then they notice that on move 3 they can't play bishop c4 because there's a pawn in d5. Okay. Well, we're following theory here, h6, but then white came up with a novelty, let's say. White played b4. Well, I don't know about b4 because I feel as if maybe black can take this and then the knight is still hanging. So bishop takes b4 would have been a pretty nice move. I'm not sure if b4 is working too well. In the game, black played h takes g5. And I guess this also wins a pawn because after pawn takes, then queen takes, black is just up. They have an extra dude. So yeah, I don't know about b4. I feel like after h6, we should probably play the main move, which is knight f3, or knight h3, I guess, is also possible. But there was another game that I just looked at in the last round that continued with knight f3, e4, knight e5, and then black in this position played queen d4, which is pretty rare, but seemed like a fine move, and black actually got a winning position. But yeah, I mean, this is a theoretical position for sure. But okay, b4, h takes g5, ba5, queen a5, black is up a pawn, and they have, or sorry, they're not up a pawn, but they've won their pawn back, and they have a lot of just activity, and like in the main lines of this opening, black is down a pawn and they have compensation, so if black wins their pawn back, they're doing great. Castle, queen c7. I can see how the game's going to end already because it ends in a couple moves. And I think probably you guys in the chat might be able to notice as well. d3, black played e4. And, well, here white needs to defend against this checkmate threat. It's not easy. I mean, well, it's easy to defend against the checkmate threat, but the problem is that after, like, g3, then black can really just enter in on these light squares. Like, they can now switch queen d7, go for queen h3, and I have a feeling that white could get checkmated pretty soon. But they probably should have tried that. I mean, queen d7 here, maybe. Honestly, I'm having a hard time even finding anything. Maybe bishop g4. I don't know. Because rook e1 queen h3 is pretty bad looking. I don't know what we're supposed to do. I think we're gonna lose, but certainly after bishop takes g5, queen takes h2 is mate in one. So yeah, not much to do about that. Maybe h3, but they can take it. So I have a feeling that white was lost no matter what they did. So okay, I think that basically white should not have played b4. I think this is a mistake, and white should just play the main move, knight f3 or knight h3. b4 kind of just gives back the pawn, and then black has a lot of activity. And here, not a fan of white's position at all. Castles maybe also could be criticized. I mean, castles is definitely like a principled move. You want to get your king out of the center, but I'm really getting afraid that this rook is just going to be way too active down the h-file. And there's going to be a problem with what happened in the game, really. I mean, queen c7 seems like a good move, just threatening to push e4 and cause problems for white. So if you knew that e4 was coming, what would you do? Maybe like rook e1 or something? Because then after e4, you could try to then play like g3, and maybe you have some extra options here. Bishop f1 preventing queen h3, then knight c3, d3, stuff like that. Maybe. But it doesn't look too good. But at least this is better than what happened in the game. I think this is an improvement. So is that the only game that finished? Let's see. No, another game finished in the U1100. And some games have finished in U700. Every game still going in open. Every game still going in U16, I think. Yeah. All right. Well, in that case, let's head to the U700 and see what's up, because Naresh has won his third game. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should look at this this game here, because I haven't seen too much of these players, and also Naresh will probably be in the chat later, because I noticed that he usually asks for me to look at his game. So I'll wait until he requests it. And let's look at this one here. Yeah, there's the U700 section. I actually didn't switch my layout. I have two layouts. See, I really prepped for the stream, Tristan. We got this going on. But the game, the scene for the game is this one. So yeah, no, here's U700 right here. We got well, the lead chess ratings are in the 1300s, but let's see what's going on. We have Chess Zeal and Jason USA. And I've seen some games from Jason USA, I think. So yeah, it took me a while to make this stuff though, because I was having problems with OBS, like the copy paste function, and then like the fact that when you paste something, it like duplicates it. It changes. It's hard to describe. I ran into a lot of problems, but eventually I figured it out and made it work. And I kind of like what I came up with. I think that the colors kind of work together, and so I'm a fan of my own work. Shockingly, we had another Italian game. It's pretty much forced at this level. In a complete upset, we had an Italian game. Knight f6, knight c3. Now here, black can play knight takes e4, and they should play knight takes e4. I mean, after this move, what black is really chilling. Knight takes e4, d5. Oh, also, I once had a tournament game in this position where instead of knight takes e4, I had black, and my opponent played bishop takes f7. And that's nothing to be afraid of. I mean, king takes, knight takes e4. And the king moved, but black gets a huge center. And they can just, like, hide on g8. Next, they can play, like, h6. Knight has to go somewhere, then you move the bishop. Then you play king h7. Then you play rook f8. And black is fine. Actually, black is better because they have the center and they have two bishops. So that's what happens on bishop takes f7. So yeah, I mean, knight takes e4 needs to happen for sure. So bishop c5 misses an opportunity. The point, of course, is knight e4 takes d5. It's like a fork trick. Bishop c5, the position is just like some normal symmetrical position. White is an extra tempo. I guess they could be a tiny bit better. How do all the title players study chess? We actually have another title player in the chat, by the way. Chess Made Easy is a title player. So you can ask him how he studies chess, because he studies a lot of chess. Um, I'll tell you, I played a lot of games and I analyzed them. And I also studied with a lot of other like reasonably strong players. And I made a lot of analysis on like I just doing a lot of focused chess related stuff will improve your chess. And especially if you play chess games, you should analyze the games that you play. And there are also certain books and courses and tactic stuff that you can work through for sure. Okay. Anyway, this game is castle, castle, d3, d6. Very symmetrical position. Kind of boring position to my mind, but it tends to happen in Scholastic chess. So, okay. h3, h6, bishop e3, bishop e6. They're going all in on the symmetry. We're on move 8, and we have a symmetrical position. I find that it's not a bad idea for black to take on e3 in these positions. Like, if they take on e3, then yes, it does open up this rook a little bit. But black can play knight a5 and try to win white's bishop here. And then let's just play through a variation, because this is the sort of thing that I have one student who gets these positions all the time with black, and so we talked about them a bit. So if white wants to save their bishop, I mean, they're probably not going to be able to, but I mean, let's just, say we chase the bishop around, let's say a6, bishop a4, b5, bishop b3. And anytime black wants to, they can take this. And let's say it takes. And now later, black can play for, at some point, can play for c6, maybe even d5, or they can kick this knight away with b4. I personally like black here. I think that white's going to have an issue playing for d4 in the future, because they're pawns on the e-file, bishop b7, like the position's a bit loose. And black has a lot of flexibility. c6, they can play for d5, they can play for b4, they can just play rook e8. And the only thing that white has going for them is I guess they have a little bit of a knight takes b5 idea, but it's pretty harmless. Black can easily stop it. Even bishop b7 should stop it. So I think that there's nothing wrong with taking this bishop. But black played bishop e6, so now we have a different type of imbalance here. White took this. Now black played bishop takes c4. So we have a super symmetry happening here. And at some point, black usually needs to break symmetry in chess. It's usually really hard to keep an exactly symmetrical position the whole game, because at some point, the opponent might make a threat and you can't do the same thing to them. And here, for example, white, I think, can play bishop takes d6. So now if black plays queen takes d6 or pawn takes d6, either one really, then white can win a pawn by just taking on c4. So if you wanted to keep the position symmetrical, you would play bishop takes d3. But then black can take this rook. White takes black's rook, or sorry, white can take this rook on f8. Black can take this rook on f1. And now I'm really thinking that maybe there's going to be like an in-between move, like something like this. Bishop takes g2. I take this, takes, and do I take on f6 or what do I do? Probably I take on f6, takes, and at some point, white's just gonna have like an extra move here, an initiative, maybe knight d5 at some point. This just looks like it's a better position for white. I mean, white has an extra tempo. This knight is bad. Maybe king h2 for rook g1 actually is a really nice move now that I think about it. Something else I was thinking about, because maybe there are some alternatives here. I also want to talk about this option. This is interesting. Bishop takes c7 here. Because if they play queen takes, then I can take d3. I win a pawn. So the question is, can they take on c2? And I think maybe, but maybe I win a pawn. takes, and then bishop takes e5. I guess they have knight takes e4. But then I have like rook c1. The point is, I think that after bishop takes e4 here, white should play bishop takes d6. And I have a feeling that black is not going to be able to keep the symmetry forever. But in the game, white just took on c4 and black took on c5. And we still have a symmetrical position. So queen takes d8. I don't know about this move because I feel like now black has the better side of the symmetrical position. Like they're up a tempo. You kind of develop their rook for them. So a3. I don't like that move very much. Doesn't develop a piece. Doesn't increase our activity. Black played rook fe8. White played knight d5. And this hangs the e4 pawn. I guess white can take on c7. So maybe white's a little bit worse, but okay. But then here's the critical moment, it looks like. Black played knight takes d5. And I guess they expected that white would take back on d5 or take on c6 or something. But white played knight takes d7. And, well, black has several options, but they all lose material. If black just moves the knight from d5, then white can play some kind of rook to d1, or they can just move their own knight. And white will be up in exchange. And a pawn, probably, because right now they're up a pawn as well. And if black plays what happened in the game, which is rook takes d7, then pawn takes d5, rook takes d5, and white's just up in exchange for no compensation that I can see. So this game shows some of the dangers of trying for a symmetrical position too long, but then also, like, I think black just played too quickly. I mean, right here, black played knight takes d5, and their time went up by 1 second. And the time control is 30 plus 5, so that says that black thought for 4 seconds, I guess. And in a tactical position where a bunch of pieces can take a bunch of other pieces, and where the game's kind of on the line, and you have 30 minutes, you definitely should be spending more than that on a crucial decision like this. So we're having people play too quickly in this tournament because black should not have been playing any move in a tactical position with just 4 seconds. Like right here, black has more time than they started with. I know that you guys don't see the clocks here because the game is over, and my layout doesn't show it. But black has 30 minutes and 3 seconds here. They have slightly more time than they started with. So yeah, knight takes d5 is kind of a blunder. It just sort of hangs this exchange. And from here, it looks like white did fine. Yeah, they traded rooks. They got their rook active. I like it. They went and took the a pawn. We want to be careful not to trade too many pawns, but I mean, we're up a pawn, so we'll be fine. And checkmate. Okay, so that was kind of a funny game because black tried to play symmetrically for much of the game, and it didn't really work very well. But they still had a decent position until they blundered that knight takes d5 thing. That's kind of a shame. I would like to see what would happen if black had, you know, kept the balance back here by playing a move like, well, just knight takes e5, and then knight takes d5 maybe. And like, this seems perfectly fine for black. They can just take this back. Seems like a completely equal position. Which makes sense because the position was symmetrical for so long. All right, what do we got? We have the U700 section. All the games have been played for this round. So is anyone in the chat? They want me to look at their games, by the way, because I'll take anyone who wants me to look at their game if any of the players are here. The U1100 section, there's still one game left. Can't comment on it, but it looks interesting. Let's see the next game we have, or the next section, I mean. We have 5 ongoing games. I guess only one game finished. Yeah. And the open section, most of the games are still going. What happened here? Yeah, this is the only game that finished in the open section, and I don't think I looked at it, so let's just take a look briefly. We had another, okay, so not exactly the Italian. We have a 4 knight sort of thing, and white played d3. I don't like d3, man. This really blocks in the bishop on f1. I'd like to be able to play bishop b5 or something like that. Or d4 is the 4 knight Scotch. Definitely an opening that, if the chess kid's still around, Coach Justin, I think maybe he knows a bit about that. Or at least the Scotch in general. Yeah, I don't like d3. It's kind of passive. h6 is also passive. h6 tells me that black is afraid of bishop g5, but I don't think that was too dangerous. I mean, black could just play bishop e7 if they're really afraid of that. Or if they want to take advantage of white's passive move d3, black can play d5. They get a nice center after that. I mean, maybe black is totally equal here. Okay, h6, bishop e3, bishop e7. Okay. White played queen d2. Black played d6. Well, let me pause that. All right, this is just some random number, so let's not accept this. I have to have my phone, like, I can't put my phone on airplane mode or anything because maybe Josh will call me and say, like, hey, the stream has stopped working. What's wrong with you? But the downside is that I could get called by an 800 number and then it messes with me trying to analyze a game. Let's see. Okay. Well, I really think black should play d5 at some point. I mean, white's adopting kind of a passive setup with d3, e4. Why not black play d5 and try to open the position? Black played d6, and we have just a symmetrical position where both sides are playing kind of passively with their pawns in the center. And now white played d4. See, I like white because white achieved d4. But if black had played d5 at any of those opportunities earlier, then I would have thought that black would be completely equal. Now after this, white has a space advantage. So it's kind of a question of who achieves their pawn break. In those positions, white's pawn break is d4, black's pawn break is d5. And yeah, I probably not a fan of black's position anymore. Hey Sam, how's it going? We're taking a look at some games. Right now we're looking at a game from the open section of the April Action Swiss, but we've looked at games from all kinds of sections here. We got under 700, under 1100, under 1600. So this is one of the highest rated games here. Castles f4. Okay, white just has a big space advantage right now. Queen c6, bishop b5. Uh-oh. That looks like a trapped queen to me. Wow. So black tried the trickiest thing, which was knight takes e4, but then, yeah, just queen d3. It's still a trapped queen. Knight takes, bishop takes queen. I don't really see any counterplay for this. Black tried to take this rook, but it's just not going to work. I mean, bishop takes b2. So the dust settles. White's got a queen for a rook and 2 pawns. That looks pretty decisive. Just play through the rest of the game, see if anything interesting happened. Seems winning for white. I'll take a look in a moment. Okay, black got a little bit of activity, but it doesn't seem like it should be too big of a problem. We basically have a queen for a rook. Queen d7 is a great move, making a fork, kinda. King f8 forced. Well, yeah, what are you supposed to do about this? Because, yeah, king f8, bishop takes g7. And white wins. All right. So Sam said maybe knight f2 would untrap the queen at the loss of a knight. Let's go back and find what move that would be on. So knight f2 in this position. I see. So you're saying bishop takes f2, queen takes g2. Yeah, I would wonder if maybe we can just move our queen to guard g2, like queen g3. But probably bishop takes f2 is also good. I mean, we just win. It's a pretty winning position for white, I think, no matter which choice we make. That was the top game, actually, because after that game, the player who had white is now in first place in the open section. Queen, let's see. Hold on. Let me switch my thing here real quick. Oh, queen g3, knight e4 back. But then I can play queen takes g7. I mean, it's not like that's much more winning for white than the game, because the game is totally winning for white, and this is just checkmate. But Sam, we have a request in the U700. Let's take a look. Let's go over there and see that game. U700 section. Okay. So Rayanch against Nandini. All right, let's look at it. E4, E5, bishop c4, knight f6. We have a bishop's opening. It's very similar to the Italian game that we get in a lot of these games, but this time slightly different, Knight c3. So what's really interesting about this position is that there's the move knight takes e4, which is a fork trick. And it might be the best move, but it's really interesting. It's called the Frankenstein Dracula variation. And after knight takes e4, white definitely would not play knight takes e4, then black would play d5, and their position would be good, just like in the normal fork trick sort of thing. But instead, the theoretical move for white is queen h5. So now, when I have students who play e4, e5 with black, then I've talked about this position with some of them. There's really only one move here, because they need to deal with the threat of knight takes e4, as well as the threat of queen takes f7 check. And I guess white's also kind of threatening queen takes e5, but it's really hard to stop all of those things. So you have to find a move that deals with both, deals with as many of the threats as possible. And there's really only one, which is knight d6. Knight g5 doesn't really do it, because then we could play d4 and try to play bishop takes g5 and remove the defender. So knight d6, and then at some point white can get their pawn back with queen takes e5, and the position is probably about equal. A lot of people actually don't do it right away. They play bishop b3 first, and let's say bishop e7, and then maybe queen takes e5, and castle, knight f3. The position's about equal. So that's why I would say maybe knight takes e4 is actually maybe the best move here, in the same sort of vein as the regular fork trick. But I also think that black's move bishop c5 is fine. And d3, knight c6, knight f3, we just transposed into another one of these sort of four knights Italian positions, which we've seen so often in these tournaments. And I think these positions are about equal. But I definitely am not a big fan of black's move here, knight g4. To my mind, black's move knight g4 is hoping that white doesn't notice that f2's hanging, and it's just sort of like trying to recreate the fried liver attack or something. If white just castles, this knight is not doing anything on g4. And it can be kicked back with h3, and then you kind of just wasted time by playing knight g4. There's no way that black is going to want to play knight takes f2. I mean, after this, rook takes f2, bishop takes, and king takes. Nominally, the material might be equal, but the two minor pieces are way better than a rook. Way better than a rook, especially since these rooks can't even get in the game for a long time. And it feels like white just has a material advantage here, and really, there's no way that black would want to trade two of their three developed pieces and just get a bad position like this. So the point is that I think knight g4 is a waste of time. I really think that back here, black should just play some normal move, d6 maybe, castles, a6, some other useful move, because knight g4 just doesn't really cut it. Yeah, castle, queen f6, and here h3, and black could play knight back to h6, but I guess they're concerned maybe bishop g5 or something. So they decided to go all in with bishop with knight takes f2 and knight d4. This has to be completely losing for black. Any number of things. I like white's move knight d5, actually. That's a very active move that attacks f6 and c7. I like it. Black played queen g6, and that allows everything. That allows knight takes e5, that allows knight takes e7. That looks pretty bad for black. I'm not too sure what black should do, though. Maybe queen d8, but then at minimum there's knight takes e5. And white's just going to be up a piece, basically. Should be winning, completely winning for white. Okay, queen g6, knight c7, knight a8, takes, queen d6. You know, maybe at some point black should at least try to get some of the material back, like bishop takes f2, I think. Because after queen d6, bishop e3, white keeps the rook. Queen c6, bishop d5. I don't like bishop d2 so much. Maybe we just should take on c5 or something like that. I don't know why we played bishop d2. It lets them play bishop takes f2 again. Not that it's a big deal, though. White's obviously winning by so much material that they could give some back and still be winning. Okay, pretty soon white delivered checkmate. Overall, I think it was a really good game by Rayanch Matthew. If I had to give any feedback, I mean, honestly, the opening went fine, and then you just kind of, like, that your opponent sacrificed on f2 and it just didn't work, and you refuted their sacrifice. So this was actually a really clean game. You know, personally, I always like to try to play e4, e5 openings without playing with my knight on c3. Because if I don't have my knight on c3, then I can use my c-pawn. I can play c3 and d4. So if I had this position with white, I would seriously consider playing d3 here, which is the move that I think Andrew Samuelson usually plays. He's definitely a big fan of the bishop's opening. And I've seen him play this sort of position a lot. And sometimes white can even go for f4 later, depending on the situation. And knight c3, I think black can take on e4. They didn't do it. But I mean, really, it was just a good game by white. And white recognized after knight g4, this is nothing. This is not a dangerous move. You can just castle. So that was a good game. That was a really good game. So let's see. Take a look at the standings. There are two players tied for first at the top of the U700, which are Naresh and Shazil, and they drew in the first round, so they can't play each other. So that's interesting. So whoever does better in their last round game will get the first place. In the U1100, we have all the games finished. Wow, next round isn't for 40 minutes. And we have one player in clear first, which is Soccer Alexander 11. Are there any players I haven't really looked at too much? Let's see. Yeah. Sure. Let's take a look at this game here between Maxed Warrior 999 and Asim Shivapur. Let's just take a look at that. Yeah. So this time, instead of an Italian, we have a Spanish. I usually played the Spanish back in the day when I played e4. Not that I played e4 very often, but when I did, I preferred the Spanish over the Italian at a certain point anyway. d6. d6 is okay, but kind of creates a pin. I think if you don't know what to do against the Spanish, knight f6 is definitely a good move here. There's nothing wrong with just developing a piece. And also a6 is one of the main lines. You can definitely go for a6. d6 is fine, but it really makes this bishop passive. And it creates a pin, and now white can go d4 with some advantage. And that's what white did. So let's see what happens now. d4. Black took it. Knight takes d4, bishop d7. And you could see white has a space advantage here. I mean, I think that white's opening went pretty well. White has space. They have easy development. And maybe, you know, maybe just a little bit better. I'm not saying it's the end of the world for black, but I definitely prefer white. Okay, knight takes c6. This is not a bad move, but usually when you have a space advantage, you don't want to go out of your way to trade pieces. And that's what Maxed Warrior 999 did in this position. I would prefer to keep some stuff, if they want to take on d4, let them do it. Maybe knight c3 here, you know? If I go knight c3 in this position, then they can take on d4 if they want to, but then that just helps me develop. Like if they go knight takes d4, then I can play bishop takes d7. They take back, and I play queen takes d4, and I still have a nice active position. I don't know that I would go out of my way to take on c6, but it's probably fine. It's probably fine. They have to make a weakness in their pawn structure. Yeah, they have some weaknesses, so we're still doing fine. Queen f3, knight f6, e5, attacking this, attacking this. So, whoops, that's a slip. Black had the only move, knight d5, and white played c4. And I guess this wins a pawn for white, huh? Knight b6, queen takes c6. Interesting. So, after knight d7, I'm really getting concerned that with the queens on the board, the king could be a little bit weak at the center here. White took on d6. That makes some sense, opening some lines in the middle. There's some other interesting moves. Maybe just castles. I mean, for real. If they take on e5, then I can go rook d1, and I'm threatening to take this. And if they play queen takes, then I can take this. That's something I would think about. Another thing I might be thinking about is bishop to g5. Trying to deflect the queen away from these pieces that it's supposed to defend. So, yeah, maybe black should play queen d7 here, but then they're going to be down a pawn for a bit, I guess. Okay, knight d7, pawn takes, c takes. Well, I would definitely play bishop takes if I had black here. So, the player with black who requested to have the game analyzed, I think this is a big moment here. We need to get our king out of the center quickly, right? It's very important to develop quickly, get ready to castle, get ready for the middle game. If you have a choice here between taking back with a pawn that doesn't do much, or taking back with a piece and developing it and then preparing to castle, you should definitely err on the side of taking with the piece unless there's a outside factor. So definitely bishop takes d6. And then we can get castled pretty soon, and we might be able to salvage this opening with only one pawn down. We're still not doing that well, but maybe we're more alive than we would be. After c takes d6, it's just going to take us one more move to castle. Because look at this. After knight c3, you played bishop e7. But bishop e7, see, we could have just done it last move and played bishop d6. And I would point out d6 is a better spot for the bishop than e7 anyway, I think. So, castle, rook c8, queen a4. Finally, black castled, but black's down a pawn. Actually, they're down one pawn. But white now has connected pass pawns on the queen side. So white should have a winning position here, actually. I really think so. They're up a pawn with two connected pass pawns, and also black has a weak pawn on d6. And white has activity, white has everything. So I wonder how black won this game, because right now it's looking really good for white. Okay, queen e3 is not my favorite move. I would rather develop a new piece, maybe bishop e3. I don't know why we go back with the queen, but it's still fine. Queen g3, moving around a bit. Yeah, you can. What's up? You have a question in the chat? I'm gonna continue going forward, but if you ask a question, I'll see it and I'll try and respond to it. Yeah. Yeah. Of course you can ask a question for sure. Knight e5, queen e4. Okay. Still a good position, but yeah, black played a really. No, I'm reading the chat, but you can ask the question. I'm analyzing the game, but I'll take a look at the chat for sure. Yeah, d5 is a really nice move here. Well, no, that's not a question though. I read that move 76 was a mouse slip. It's just not a question. You said, "Can I ask a question?" I read that. I know. You said that you made a mouse slip at the end of the game, but I didn't. No, I got you. I know. Yeah. Anyway, I really like black's move d5. They're trying to activate their pieces in the center. They don't care that their knight's hanging. They're counterattacking the queen. I like it. That's a really active move. Black needs to play actively to compensate for being down a pawn. Queen e3. Ooh, now black can play d4. I'm not sure about that. That's really helping black out a bit. Knight c4, hanging this rook. Oh boy. I thought black was doing really well, but now I don't know about knight c4. Okay, so white now has even more winning position because they're up a rook in addition to having the extra pawn. So again, I'm confused. How in the world did black win this game? It was probably the mouse slip then. But yeah, no, you haven't asked me any questions. Did you actually have a question, or did you just want to point out that your move was a mouse slip? Because if you have any questions about this game, definitely feel free to ask. Because I'm looking at the game, I will gladly look at whatever answer any questions if you have any. The either player. So here, white's super winning here, I think, and yeah, okay. I don't know why we had to take that rook. I feel as if we could just move the queen. Definitely. I mean, we still have an okay position if we take that rook, but like, if we take the rook, then we can play rook e8 check and rook takes c8, and we basically would be trading this queen for this knight and this rook. But why would we want to do that? Why wouldn't we just play queen d5 or something, or d4, or anything? I don't really think that we should be taking this rook. So that's probably one mistake. I don't know, maybe white was thinking that their queen was trapped or something. I find that hard to believe, though. They have a lot of squares they can go. So queen takes c8, that's a mistake. Knight takes, rook e8, king h7, rook takes c8, queen takes b2. White's still winning because they have the 2 rooks for the queen and an extra bishop. 2 rooks for a queen are already, maybe a tiny advantage for the rooks, but the extra bishop really just gives still a big advantage to white. Yeah, but no, you don't need to. Don't give your opponent extra chances. Why not just play simple, queen d5? That seems like a good move, right? And now we're ready to get this last rook in the game. We're up so much material. I don't think that you should make like bad trades just to try to get closer to winning. Unless it goes to a king and pawn in game, then maybe if it's just a super easy win. But here I don't know about queen takes c8. Because queens are tricky. They can give perpetuals. They can give a lot of checks. It's a little scary. Queen a3, king f2. I mean, I'm sure you're still winning, but see, look at this. Now your king is kind of weak. A little bit. There's a little bit of air around your king. And their queen might be able to give some checks. Like, if we hadn't given away our queen, this would be fine. But now I'm a little bit concerned. I know you're trying to play g4 maybe, but still. Okay, queen a4. Rook check, g4. You're still winning, I know. Check, king g3. And black is doing a good job of trying to create problems. They're making a little fork here. Not really, because, white can just play any number of things. But still, rook f5, king f3. Yeah, that makes sense. But you see how this position is way more difficult to win than the position that you had before? Max Warrior 999. Like, the queen is really making it tricky. The queen can give checks from all kinds of different angles. It can attack your pieces. Why not just keep the material that you had? You were up 8 points of material earlier. It was really easy. Now you're still winning, like, completely. But I can see how the opponent can make some counterplay. And they give a check. They go back. You took this. And now they take on g4, and I'm really starting to think that your king is weak. They have a lot of different places they can check from. This pawn might fall off the board. They've got queen h4. Yeah, I'm not sure, dude. Like, I'm really thinking that we should not have gone for that queen takes c8 move, and probably we should have taken better care of these pawns here, because I think we should have defended the g pawn. a4, queen h4, and then you take this with check, and black now is really making a lot of counterplay. And okay, queen was kicked around a bit. Check, check. And already I'm thinking that probably black should have a perpetual check somewhere around here. But let's just continue with what happened in the game. Like, you say you're confident that this was going to work out for you, but you can see it's not working too well. Black is making a lot of counterplay. Yeah. The one thing I will say, though, is that black has made it so that now white's really attacking the g7 pawn. So maybe white should still probably be winning at some. I don't know. Maybe black. Maybe queen g5 check was a mistake, or if not, then maybe they should have done some different checks around here because they have to be very careful about the g7 pawn. That's something that they really shouldn't forget about because if they run out of checks, g7 will just be hanging. But they kept checking, makes sense. Check, queen d2. And they ran out of checks. So now white has a checkmate in 3 moves. You played rook g takes g7, but I think that maxed warrior 999 should have done a much easier checkmate with rook a takes g7. There's only one legal move for black, which is king to h8. And now check, king h7, and rook from 3 to g7 checkmate. That, I think, is a very, very easy way to put the game away. I'm sure that rook g takes g7 is also good, but I don't like that the player with white spent 6 seconds, it looks like, because they lost 1 second, but there's a 5-second delay. They spent 6 seconds and played rook g takes when there was a really easy option that led to checkmate. So even if you think your position is winning, you should slow down and try to calculate a little bit, right? So let's see what happened. Rook g takes g7, king h8, rook h7. So a bunch of checks happened, and you see you're not checkmating them. Like, I'm sure white's doing well, but we're not delivering checkmate right now. We had checkmate, we missed it. Okay. Now a6, that makes sense. Try to get the pawn in. Check, king g3. Oh, sorry, bishop g3 I meant. Okay, king, now we're just checking back and forth, and rook f2. This is a really weird endgame. Obviously, white is winning, but it's going to be difficult. Yeah, there's a real chance of being perpetualed. Okay, now this is around the part where the player who had white said move 76 would be a mouse slip. So let's find move 76, because apparently they made a mouse slip around here. Rook h8 and rook f3. That's a really tough mouse slip, yeah. That's really frustrating. Yeah, I hate when stuff like that happens. So what were you trying to do, though? Because I gotta say, I actually don't know where we would want to go with that rook along that file. If I had this position, I'd be really looking at things like rook h7 check. Maybe I could play... The thing is, I have to make sure that I understand where they're going to check me from. I think white should be able to win. They should be able to coordinate their piece. Oh, you want to move the bishop? Well, where did you want to move the bishop? Because your bishop is supposed to defend this rook. So the only place you could move the bishop would be here, but then I don't know what that does. I mean, I guess... I don't know. You got to be winning, though. Yeah, you got to be winning. I mean, sure. So yeah, rook f3. There's no way you're losing here, though. This should be a draw. So even here, there's no way that like you should be able to just keep your pieces defending each other and make a draw. And so let's see how you lost, because this game should still be even. Bishop h4. Maybe I would play something like rook h4. Just keep my pieces kind of compact. You know, bishop h4, rook h7, check. I don't like this. I know we're still making a draw here, but don't have your rook hanging way away from your king, because I'm really afraid that at some point black is going to give a bunch of checks and then eventually they're going to make a fork. Okay? What I would like to see is for your rook, you know, get your pieces to where they're defending each other like this. This is an easy way to make a draw. And then you play rook f4, and it doesn't matter if they check you a bunch because they're the one trying to win. If they make a perpetual check draw, that's fine. But what I don't want to see is the rook just kind of sitting here undefended where it could get forked. Like, imagine if the queen could just go to e5 right now. That would be a fork. Now, I know that's not possible, but I'm just saying. I'm scared that this might happen. Okay, check. Check. This wasn't a check, but now they go queen f5. Okay, you brought the rook back. I like it. And black is doing a good job just trying to play checks. So I got to remember, I'm also looking at the game from the black perspective. Queen d1. So a lot of moves happening here. And then white blundered checkmate. I would point out that white played this move very quickly. Certainly, again, they only spent a couple of seconds here. And I think that in this position, I would just play like maybe bishop to g3. It is a little bit tricky because there aren't that many moves that prevent the checkmate. And bishop g3 allows queen h1, but then I can go back to h2, I guess. I can play king g3. That seems fine. Yeah, king g3. What about that? But you have to ask yourself, what's your opponent's idea every time you play a move, right? And the idea that I see for the opponent is they're trying to basically run white out of moves. If white moves the rook over here somewhere, then there's going to be like queen f3 check, and I have a feeling that's not going to end well for white. Queen h1, bishop h2, queen f1, yeah. And then queen e1, yeah. So you have to be very careful. Basically, I think that there were some moments when the players in this game played moves too quickly, but black fought really hard just to survive. Black was in so much trouble. I mean, around here, the position is super winning for white. Rook c8 was a fine move. I don't think white should have taken this rook. I think white should have just moved the queen somewhere. Queen d5 or queen d4, something like that would have been my preference. And after this, it was still winning for white, but it was a little bit more difficult. When they have a queen like this, you got to worry about your king safety. Moving the king up like this and then playing h4, g4, this was really weakening. And I especially didn't like whenever we hung the pawn, whenever white hung the pawn on g4 with check, or not with check, but when did they... Oh man, there were so many moves. Yeah, right here. I think we should probably play rook to f5 or something, to prevent this. And actually, there's a cool idea. Rook takes g7 in this position would have been a nice find. Because if king takes g7, bishop d4 check, and we're going to take the queen. But let's say you don't see that. Even if you don't see that, rook f5, make sure that they can't take this pawn, and you should be fine. But what happened was slowly black started winning all of white's pawns and getting counterplay, and then eventually they won a rook, and then it was a draw, but then black had chances. So, be careful, spend your time, and don't let pawns just fall off the board. Every pawn is important. Okay, we spent a lot of time on that game, I think. I hope that was helpful both for the player who's in the YouTube chat, which is MaxWarrior999, and the player with black who requested that we look at the game. So, but that was a crazy game. Definitely worth looking at. And also, white had forced mate in that position with if they played the correct rook to g7, and then rook g8, king h7, and then rook g7 mate. But that's just an example of when you think you're about to win the game, you should calculate. You should stop and think. You don't need to play instantly. Okay, so let's see. Probably almost all the games are done. Let me see if that's true. We do have one game still going in the open. All the games are done in this section. All the games are done in this one. All the games are done in this one. I have a question for Coach Justin if he's here. Why is it that in the U700 and U1100 there is a timer for the next round, but in this one there wasn't? Oh, it just showed up. Okay. Did somebody see that? It wasn't there for a moment. Oh, Pavlikic is here. Hello, Pavlikic. How did you find this stream? Welcome. We just looked at a game that involved unusual material imbalance endgame. I schedule the rounds when they finish. Oh, okay. All right, makes sense. So this one just finished in U16. Okay, I see. Well, is anybody who is playing in the tournament in the chat that wants me to analyze their game? If not, I'll just find a game at random to look at. Let me see something here. Okay. And also I should look at the standings of the various sections. So open section, still one game going. That one game's pretty important, actually, because if this player wins, then they get to first place with one round to go. But temporarily, Zero Chills is in first place. This section, there are two players who are in first tied, and I'm assuming they're going to play each other. This section, Soccer Alexander's in first. Oh yeah, was I going to take a look? I wanted to take a look at his game, actually. So let me pull that up in my other tab. And U700, this player was in first after 2 rounds, but now they lost. So maybe I should look at that game at some point too. How many rounds? Well, that was round 3 is like ending right now, and then there's one more round. So round 4 is about to happen. Yeah. Okay. Why don't we take a look at this game? This game, Soccer Alexander, Anish versus Soccer Alexander 11. This is from under 1100 section. And this is important because the player who won is now in first place. So this was an important game for the tournament standings. Soccer requested analysis. Okay, cool. Let's take a look at it. We have D4 on move 1. I don't remember. I think we saw one other game with D4 on move 1, which was a Queen's Gambit accepted. That's right. Very, very rare do I see a game in these tournaments where D4 is the move 1. Usually it's E4 and then it's an Italian game like 80% of the time. So D4, I'm a fan. I mean, I play D4 sometimes. Knight F6, E3. Not a huge fan of this one, though, as it really blocks in the bishop on C1. I mean, I would play C4 here, but even if you didn't want to do that, Knight F3, you could play Knight F3 or Bishop F4 and then play E3. I mean, I guess White was trying to play for a stonewall setup because they played for F4 here, and that's definitely a setup that you can play, but it's very rigid, and I feel like it only works in some moments. I mean, I know that in my chat, for example, Sam is here and he likes to play the stonewall and blitz, but committing to it this early is, I'm not a fan. So I feel like black already has an advantage probably. So bishop f5, and that seems like a great move actually. Seems like a great move because if white plays bishop d3, then these bishops can get traded, and then what's going to happen is white will have a lot of weaknesses on light squares because they just put all their pawns on dark squares. So this is a great move. Okay, knight f3. Black played e6, which seems like a great move. Bishop d3, and then bishop e4. This is an unusual decision. I think I would definitely not play bishop e4. I would consider taking. I would also consider just playing like bishop e7 or d6. Because maybe I'm not so afraid if they take this, I'd play pawn takes. Like my pawns are doubled, but they have a weak e-pawn, and I control e4 very well. I can play knight e4 whenever I want. I definitely don't think I'd play bishop e4. That feels like kind of a wasted move. And white wants to play knight bd2 anyway, and they might just do it here, and then I don't know what bishop e4 achieves. So maybe as black in this position, I might just develop this bishop, or I could take. I could also take, yeah. And I think as white here, I would play c takes actually. It's because if I go queen takes, then the light squares are just too weak. But this seems fine, and even after c takes, this seems fine for black. But I definitely wouldn't play bishop e4. Okay, castle c5. Seems fine. And c3, c takes d4. C takes d4 is fine. Maybe I would just develop my pieces, because it's not like white was going to take on c5. If they took on c5, they have no space in the center. But yeah, I'm using a microphone now because my computer default microphone is terrible. Usually when you hear me, like if I'm in a Discord call or something, I'm on my phone, which is better than my computer audio, but I thought I needed to use a microphone. So I have that set up for this. And I guess that's another thing I'm sort of testing out. I'll be interested in going through the VOD and seeing what I think. Or hearing what I think, I guess I should say. Anyway, c takes d4. I don't know that I would have played c takes d4, but it's probably fine. One downside of c takes d4 is they can play bishop e3. Like, they can open this bishop a little bit. Whereas previously, these pawns really just killed this guy. This guy just can't do anything. Okay, c takes, e takes, knight c6, knight e5, bishop takes, queen. Oh, okay, knight takes, and then queen takes d3. I mean, black is still better. Black is better because they have the better bishop. White's bishop is just blocked in completely, and black's bishop can go to a nice square on d6. So even though I didn't agree with every single little decision that black made, I think that generally what black was doing was correct. And I think that white did a lot of things that I wouldn't have agreed with, even though I mean, I understand why they did it, but maybe I wouldn't even have played bishop d3 here. Maybe I would have played bishop e2, just because exchanging off this light bishop is so damaging to white when they have all their pawns on dark squares, just positionally. Yeah. Okay, bishop d3, bishop e4, and then we get to the position I was just looking at. I mean, generally speaking, I like black here. All right, bishop d6, rook e1. I guess this is white trying to play f5, so it makes sense for black to castle now. And then knight d2, and this looks like it hangs a pawn. But black didn't take it. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe that was a missed opportunity for black here. I guess before playing knight d2, white would want to play g3 or something, but that places another pawn in a dark square. Yeah, knight d2, queen c7, knight f3, and this still hangs the pawn. So I think maybe g3 again would have been the right move. But then black can open the position with c5, and once again, all of white's pawns being on dark squares is not going to be helpful. And black can use these open lines on the queen side at some point. Yeah, knight f3, bishop takes, queen takes. So normally it would be a miracle if white could trade off their dark square bishops, but here white lost a pawn in the process, so it's looking pretty bad for white. Knight e5, rook c8, sure. g3, queen g5, knight f3. In this position, white offered a draw. No way is black accepting a draw here. Black is up a pawn for nothing. There's no way he's going to take a draw. Come on, man. That's crazy. I don't know why white's offering a draw. This is not a draw at all. He's just hoping that maybe white will, that maybe black will like not be paying attention. Okay, queen h5, rook e5, queen g4. I don't know about this because maybe rook g5. I'm not sure where this queen is going. I guess queen e4 actually. Okay, never mind. Maybe queen e4 is fine. Okay. I would just wonder, though, why we didn't go queen g6 in this position, proposing a trade of queens, where maybe, like, if they take, we then switch our rook over to, like, c8. Then eventually we can go with a5, play on the queen side. Maybe knight d7. This seems like the easiest path. If they don't trade the queens, then I kind of won this diagonal. And I can also use the e4 square for my knight, maybe. Yeah. All right. So in the game, queen h3, knight e1, knight g4, trying to deliver checkmate, I guess. But it's pretty easy for white to defend that. White can just go queen e2 here. But in the game, white played knight f3. Oh, I see what's going to happen. h6, and this rook is kind of trapped. That's unfortunate. Okay. So yeah, maybe it would have been better to play queen e2 in one of these positions. Because here after like h6, you can play rook takes g4. So obviously here black wouldn't play h6. Okay, knight g4, knight f3, h6. Probably f6 does the same thing. I feel like after f6, the rook is also trapped. Okay, h6, rook takes, knight e5. Now black is up an exchange and a pawn. And they also... White doesn't have any counterplay. It should be very easy. Yeah, queen f5 is a good move. Black is more than happy to trade queens at this point. Rook f1, take, rook b8. And black went on to win. Overall, I thought it was a very nice game by Soccer Alexander 11, actually. I think there were some little things that I disagreed with, but the broad strokes of what black did were correct. And from white's standpoint, this game shows why you should not be putting all of your pawns on one color and then trading the bishop of the other color. And maybe also I think white just made a blunder by allowing black to take on f4 in that position earlier. It was just a really nice game by Black. And I guess that's why they're in first place, right? They're in first place. Yeah, they're in clear first place in the U1100 section. Okay, we have about 7 minutes until the next round. So are there any other games that I'm supposed to analyze real quick before the next round starts? Oh yeah, I wanted to look at this game a little bit in the U700. Because apparently this game, Black, like this is a really important game for the standings. The player with white had 2 out of 2 going into the last round, and apparently, or going into the round that just happened, and apparently they were winning, and then something went wrong. So let's take a look. We had an Italian. What else is new? Okay, white went for knight g5. Yeah, black actually allowed, yeah, knight f6 is probably bad because knight g5 here, d5 would just allow kind of like a tempo up version of the fried liver attack. Because white just has knight c3 for free. Yeah. Okay, bishop e6 also defends, but I mean, white just wins a pawn here, yeah. White is a great position. So white has a winning position out of the opening, pretty much. Then d3, bishop e3, bishop a4. Sure, I guess, I don't know if I would have played that move, but I mean, it's fine. Yeah, Soccer Alexander 11 played a great game. I understand why he's in first place, that's for sure. Okay, so bishop takes c6. This is a weird move because in this position, white's up a pawn, but it's a bit of a race position. Black is trying to attack on the king side, and white's trying to attack on the queen side. We got the kings on the opposite sides. And bishop takes c6. It seems like a good move because it messes with the black pawn structure, but actually after b takes, you kind of lose a tempo. You have to save this knight. And then black is going to play h3 at some point, and you have to respond again with g3. So you're kind of giving away the initiative by playing this move. I'm not sure I would have played that. Plus, the bishop was a pretty nice piece. I don't know why we had to take that guy. Okay, bishop takes, b takes, and now knight b4. Black played h3. White played g3, and black played knight b6. And, yeah, I don't know if that's the correct move, because after this, white can just take the c-pawn. So probably something else would have been better than that. Knight b6, knight takes, king b7. Oh boy. Maybe rook e8, right? Save our rook? But okay, king b7. We hang the rook with check. So how did black win this game? I guess they're gonna get their queen in probably. Bishop takes b6, c takes, queen. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's how it happened. Queen f3, and there's no way to guard against queen g2. When you have a situation like this where the opponent has this pawn like on h3 or h6, like this sort of structure, you always have to remember that if they could just, you know, warp their queen over to g2, then it would be checkmate. So that's the only thing that white has to worry about, really. They're up. So what's the material here? They are up three. They're up 3 pawns plus a rook. So all they have to do is not get checkmated, and if they don't get checkmated, then they should win the game easily. I think a great way to avoid checkmate is f4 here. It's not the move that the computer said on the like graph thing, because it's been submitted for the computer analysis. But f4 to me makes a lot of sense because it is preventing queen f3 forever. And now we can maybe try to get our rook involved. Maybe we can play queen e2 so we don't have to deal with this. And I think this is just it should be very easy for white to win the game. As long as you don't get mated, it should be an easy victory. So that was a huge turnaround, because if white had converted that win, they would have been in first place. But instead, in the U700 section, we have a tie for first among 2 other players, Naresh and Chesil, and they played each other in the first round, so I don't know who they're going to play in this round. Probably okay, one of them is going to play against Chess Monster. I guess that would be the player in second, and the player in first is going to play somebody else. So we have 3 minutes and change before the start of the last round. I don't know if I have time to look at any games, but are there any other games to look at? Oh, Mac and Sneeze won their game, so this I guess will be the matchup for first place. I'm gonna have to follow this in the open section. Um, Also, Night Penguin won. I should follow the open section a little bit. I haven't seen as many open section games as I would have liked. I guess I'll take a look at what happened in Mac and Sneeze's game because that's very important for the tournament. Let's head over there. We had an open Sicilian. A4 Najdorf, okay. All this is theory. I don't know about H3. It's not like Black was about to play Bishop G4 or Knight G4, but okay. Knight G5, Bishop C4. It's another situation where the Knight G5 thing feels kind of a waste because we're not actually going to take on F7. Yeah, the Knight just got kicked back to F3. So then what was the purpose of Knight G5? Yeah. And Black won a pawn. And Black should have pretty good position. Yeah, they have the center, they have an extra pawn, and eventually Black is going to convert this into a victory. I guess they now have 2 pawns. Now, according to this graph, there were some hiccups that happened eventually. Like that, yeah. So probably not d4. I think maybe Black just missed the idea. I like, though, that both players, both White and Black, are really using their time here, as opposed to some of the other games where the games go really, really quickly. Yeah, I've noticed that too. There have been like 5 different games where somebody played Knight G5 or Knight G4 trying to attack the F pawn, and then the opponent castled, and then they were like, well, I guess I got to go back to F3 or F6. That's happened a bunch of times, yeah. Well, here, okay, Black had a little bit of a mistake, but they're still doing well. And let's just go through this kind of quickly. Whoa, okay, that's some counterplay maybe, but at this point, Black is up a piece, so we'll see if that comes into play at all. Okay, maybe... okay, so the computer analysis says that White should have played Knight G5 here, threatening this, maybe threatening this. That would have been the best chance of counterplay. Well, instead, it looked like they just traded into an endgame where Black was up a piece, and they converted that endgame. And, okay. So we're going to have to pay attention to the open section, because this guy, Mac and Sneeze, who I think has a pretty cool username, is currently 3 out of 3. He's in clear first place. And I'm assuming he's going to play against Zero Chills for the next round. And other sections, 2 players on 3 out of 3 in the U16. They're probably going to play each other. 1 player on 3 out of 3 in U1100. That's Soccer Alexander. He's been doing great. And in the U700, we've got 2 players on 2.5, and they're going to play each other, yeah. Actually, they're not going to play each other because they drew each other in round 1. Yeah, that's right. That's right. They can't play each other. Okay. Well, good luck to the players then. All the games have started. And I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back soon, and then we'll take a look at some of the games from the last round. It's I don't know if there are any games finished, but I just had a banana and I got some water. So I'm ready to look at games if any of them are done. There's one game in the U700 that's already finished. Wow. Any other games? No games finished in the U1100. No games finished in U16. Okay. Well, let's look at the game that finished in the U700 and see what's happening there. So that would be Rayanch against Jason USA. And let me switch my scene. You're in a game. Well, good luck, Pavlikic. Go, Pavlikic, win the chess. Who is teaching the Italian course at DMV Chess? I don't think that there's an Italian course. I just think that it's a very popular opening among Scholastic players in general. It's just kids are taught to put their pieces on active squares, and also they become obsessed with the concept of attacking f7 because they learn about like the form of checkmate, and then they're told that's not that good. But then they're told, hey, you can still put the bishop on c4 and attack with the knight. Okay. Well, then go, Pavlikic, win the whatever you're playing. I don't know what you're playing then. What are you playing? Well, okay, let's take a look at the one game we have here. So this game... Geez. The sun is kind of like setting, but the sort of lighting, it's hard for me to look at my computer. It's hard to describe. But this time of day, it's difficult for me to see what I'm doing. Okay, anyway. We had a transposition to an Italian, of course. Bishop c5, knight c3, knight g4 again. I've seen this happen so many times. This is what Justin was saying. Black is playing knight g4. They're trying to take... We just had this position. No, I didn't look at this game already. This game was from this round. I saw this exact same position in a previous game. We need to do a lesson or an instructive like video on why not to just randomly play knight g4 and knight g5 in every position. Okay, d6, h3, the knight just went back. And now white's gonna do it. Okay, now black castled. And then knight f3, h6. So we arrived at a symmetrical position. But both players tried and failed to play knight takes f7 or knight takes f2. That is a really funny start to this game. Okay. Well, white should have realized that when black did the knight g4 thing, it didn't work. So why would white go for it? You know, they know that it's not going to work. White can do all kinds of things here. Bishop g5. You know, they can, or bishop e3 even. Another plan that's sometimes interesting is knight e2 to g3, and then white can go for c3 and d4, or they can try to put a net on f5. Yeah, any number of things, but not knight g5. This is the ultimate game to represent what's going on in this tournament today. I hope Justin's around to see that. That's really funny. Okay, a3, a6. So we're still going to have a symmetrical position, yeah. Bishop d2, b5. Okay. Bishop a2, bishop e6, bishop d5. This is really weird to me. Bishop d5 doesn't seem like a very good move. Because after bishop takes, yeah, after all this, knight e7, this pawn is a little bit weak over here. And I feel like black also can later get play with f5. So I like black at this point. So there's no way that I would have played bishop d5 if I had white here. Maybe I would just take on e6 or something. I don't like the bishop on d2 also. Maybe later I want to play bishop e3. So knight e7, c4, take. That's the only way for white to guard the pawn, I guess. But now black played rook b8. I don't know if I would have played rook b8. I would have been very interested in like some kind of f5 e4 type plan, some sort of activity on the king side and in the center. But okay, rook b8's a developing move, whatever. b4, bishop move to d4. White should take this bishop, man. If you take this bishop, pawn takes, this pawn seems very likely to fall off the board someday. It's very weak, hard for black to defend it. And plus, this bishop is a nice piece. I think we should be happy to be able to take it. So I don't like white playing rook b1 here. I would have taken that bishop for sure. Okay, c6. I would still take the bishop, but d takes c6 is also acceptable. All right, takes b5. Okay, white now has passed pawns on the queen side, so I like that. Black is going to have a problem because if they move their knight, then white's going to be able to take on d4 again. So here I would take on d4 if I had white. Bishop e1, very awkward move. It allows black to save their bishop with bishop b6. And I think after this, black might be okay again. But instead, they played queen d7, and now white took on d4, and they made a checkmate threat. I wonder if white should have played a4 first to make sure that black can't take on b5, and only then take it on d4. That seems like it would have been a nice option. But in the game, it was queen takes d4, rook takes, bishop c3, and then black blundered checkmate. I think a good move for black here would have been knight f5, defending the checkmate and also attacking the queen. That seems like it would have been a good way for black to save themselves. So that was a pretty eventful game. But the opening was hilarious. I really enjoyed that. I don't know why everyone keeps going for knight g5 and knight g4 constantly. Definitely been the theme of today, as as Justin said. This was like the ultimate game for today's tournament. Okay, another game finished in U700, and it looks like Naresh has clinched first place. So congratulations to Naresh. We can take a look at how that happened. I also do want to focus a little bit more on the open section than I have been. Let's take a look at how Naresh clinched the first place, because that's very nice. Great job. And why is this board not loading? There we go. Okay. Whoa. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, good. I thought I was having an issue with my computer, but it was fine. So instead of the Italian, we had a Spanish game here. Bishop c5, castle, knight f6, all this is good. Knight c3, bc6, d3, very sort of quiet position once again. And white took on f6. I don't know about bishop g5 just to take on f6. Because at this point, black has two bishops against two knights. The board is pretty closed right now, but eventually it could open up. And I have a hard time believing that the knights will be as strong as the bishops if that happens. I'm a big believer in bishops. I really think that they're usually a better piece than knights in most positions. This is a kind of closed one, but it could easily open up if black plays for d5 someday, for example. So I don't know why white just went and gave both of their bishops, but it's still not a losing position for white or anything. Knight g3, I like that plan. Makes sense. Play knight h4 and then like knight f5. d5. That seems like a mistake by black. I mean, d5 is definitely a plan that they want to go for, but I have a hard time believing that there's not going to be like a, one of these pawns is probably going to hang. Yeah. E takes d5, c takes, and knight takes e5. That seems good. White won a pawn there. f6. Knight back to f3. This is a moment when I would definitely criticize white's move. I think that it's really, knight f3 is a passive move kind of going backwards, and it also looks like it hangs the b2 pawn, I think. So why not just play the move d4, which defends the knight, gains a tempo against black's bishop, and Then white can play rook e1 or whatever, and the pawn on b2 is also defended. I think this would have been a much better solution. Because after what happened in the game, knight f3, maybe black could take the pawn on b2. And then I think black gets their pawn back, and they still have the two bishops and a pretty active position. So queen g6 is a mistake then. d4 now, good. And queen d3, trying to propose a queen trade. I think black should take this trade, though. I really think that white's pawns are a little bit weak after that. All right, queen f6, rook d7, knight h5. I don't know if I would have done that. Maybe knight e5 would have been more interesting to me, personally. Trying to attack the bishop on d7 and jump forward into black's position. Okay. So, knight h5. Okay. And that looks like a big blunder by black. Knight f6 check is going to win the d5 pawn. White missed it, actually. But after knight f6 and knight takes d5, then white's going to be up by 2 pawns for not enough compensation. Okay, knight g3, bishop f4. Okay. Yeah, after knight g3, black really needs to save their bishop. It's not that this bishop is hanging exactly, but like knight takes f5 is a positional threat. You can't allow your opponent to completely destroy your pawn structure like that. Plus, the only thing that black has in compensation for being down a pawn is that they have the 2 bishops. So black should play bishop e6 here, probably. Instead, bishop f4, I don't know what that does. Knight takes, pawn takes. And black has, like, isolated pawns, double pawns everywhere. Just weak pawns all over the place. And they're down a pawn, so it should be pretty easy for white. And white won even more material, because I think black here, black f6, that's a tactical mistake. Yeah, probably, you know, king g7 or rook a b8, something like that maybe would have been better. Actually, not rook a b8, because then knight d7, maybe the other, I don't know. It's tough, but probably not f6, because after f6, knight g6, white's winning too much material for black to survive. So congratulations to Naresh for winning the U700 section of the tournament. He eventually traded into king and pawn in game up by 3 pawns and is going to convert it with no problems, it looks like. So that was really nice. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. That was the U700 section. And U700 section, there's still 1 game left. But that's probably going to be the end of our focus on that section, because we have some other games going on in these other sections that we got to take a look at. Other games that have finished in these other sections that we have to take a look at. The under 1100 section has pretty much finished, at least at the top. And Soccer Alexander lost to... Who did he lose to? I'm having some connection problems, maybe. Hopefully that's not affecting the stream too much. But somehow I'm not able to load a lot of pages on Lichess right now. He lost to Asim Shivapur. And I think we should take a look at that if we have a moment. Okay. Yeah, stream is fine. Then it like it stopped for a moment, I think. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's the last like 10 minutes I've had some connection issues, and I haven't had those before, but now it's just happening all at once. So we'll see what the problem is. It just started happening kind of in a one big spurt. Okay. Well, let's try to analyze this game and see what happens. This is the game that decided the U1100 section. And it started with a Scandinavian defense, which we have seen a couple times actually. I saw a game in the Scandinavian earlier. And in that game, black played queen d8 here, but in this game, they played queen a5. Okay, knight f3, knight f6, d4. This makes sense. Bishop g4, bishop e2, knight c6, bishop b3. I kind of like setups where white plays bishop d2 sometimes. We can jump with the knight somewhere, but maybe not in this position. Castle's long. Now here, if I have white, I'm going to be a little bit concerned about the possibility of black at some point playing e5 and trying to tear down the center. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, castle's short. Yeah, in this position, I think black should play e5. If they play e5 here, white can't take it. And I don't really think that white can push d5 either, because black can be defended by the queen and the rook, and they're threatening knight takes e3 or knight takes c3. I honestly feel like this kind of wins a pawn. I don't know what we're supposed to do about this. I don't see much that we can do. It's just winning. So black played e6. E6 is a normal developing move, but e5 would have been a much more active option. Taking advantage of the rook being across from the queen on d1. I would have much preferred that one. Okay, e6, knight g5. And I guess this kind of gets out of some of the problems. Maybe I would have played queen takes because I guess I really don't like having my queen on the same file as this rook. And then if black goes with knight takes d4, then at some point I might have the knight takes f7 idea. But I don't know, because after this there's queen takes g5, so I guess I lose a pawn, huh? Okay, maybe knight takes e2 is fine. All right, rook d7, bishop d2. That doesn't seem right. Well, okay. Bishop d2, queen d5, knight f3. And now black played knight takes d4, but there are two knights defending that. And so I guess this is probably the losing blunder here. Maybe black just miscounted, or maybe they thought that somehow there was a problem in the d file, white couldn't recapture, something like that. Instead of this, I still think they could have gone for e5. Because if white takes on e5, then black can take back, and then eventually there's going to be pressure down the d file. I mean, takes, knight takes e5, black is threatening knight takes f3, followed by queen takes d2. And it just looks like black has so much activity. They've got even material, and white's position is very passive here. So I don't know what happened. Maybe black just miscounted. Take e5 in this position. Yeah, maybe I don't like e4. It kind of runs into one of white's ideas, but it's okay. Or maybe, I don't know. Well, either way, white's just winning. F4, bishop c5, and yeah, white's just up a piece. And they basically converted this piece to a win. Then they won the black queen somehow, and they started taking everything. Well, that was the game that took Soccer Alexander out of clear first place, but there was one other game that was relevant. Taki TPS won. I'll briefly look at that game because that was pretty relevant. This player like came from behind to tie for first. It was just some... Oh, we haven't seen this opening before. This is like a modern or Pierce defense, something like that. We haven't seen a lot of this sort of thing. Okay. Not a lot to talk about. White has a slight advantage. They have more space. I guess black always has the opportunity to go for a fork trick type of thing at this point. But they just played knight d7. g4, very aggressive. Probably okay. Queen h4, queen d2. Okay, I'm gonna see. I see what's gonna happen here. I think white is threatening to trap black's queen, and it looks like they allowed that to happen. Whenever your opponent plays a move, even if it's a very simple one, you need to ask what their threat is. And it could be a positional threat. It's not necessarily a tactical threat to win the game. But it could be things. You have to ask what their idea is. If they had one more move, what would they play? Why did they play specifically the move that they just played? And a lot of times when I'm talking to students, especially kids, they will answer that question like really simply. Like if I were working with some of my students in this position and I asked, why did white play queen d2? They would just say, oh, white wants to castle queenside, end of, and then they wouldn't continue. But you have to try really hard to find its idea. If you don't see bishop g5, you just lose the game. And that's what happened. I mean, rook e8, bishop g5, the queen is trapped. To black's credit, they found an interesting try, bishop h6. Just doesn't work. But yeah, and that was a nice tactic by white, and they converted the win and checkmate. So that's how we end up with a three-way tie for first place in the U1100. So can you tell me what the tie-breaking procedure is? Is there one for the purposes of the DMV? I genuinely don't know. So what happens here? Because we got a three-way tie for first. The Lichess gives it to Soccer Alexander 11. But obviously there are two other players with 3 points. U1600, still most of the games going. And the open section, there are 2 ongoing games. There was a drawback here. Chess NYC Chris is somebody who I've had in my Friday class at some point. So maybe I should take a look at his game. Tie breaks are in the far right column. So what you're saying is that you guys use the Lichess tie breaks to determine like the DMV standings? Because if that's the case, then Soccer Alexander still wins. But I was wondering if you had your own system or if it was high or what happens. Okay. Anyway, I want to take a look at this game just because I haven't looked at any games from Chris. And it was a French defense. We haven't seen this opening at all, I don't think. Actually, no, we saw one game with a Steinitz French, I seem to recall, like very early. Yeah, we saw one game with knight c3, knight f6, e5, and then f4, yeah. And I think in that game, white got a pretty easy win. So this is an advanced French. And I hope I'm not like disconnecting again. Okay. Yeah, I don't know too much about the tie breaks, but you just used the Lichess thing. So Soccer Alexander still gets first place is what you're saying. So congratulations to Soccer Alexander for taking